Let's get into it. Let's see, where were we today? Starting to find other communists. Figuring out what to do about that nightclub. Let's go over there first.
Huh? I see you're here again. Off-sign, man. Did I mention getting us into the church would help? Yeah, gotta compare. See if we can align.
Alright.
I suck at socialising, man. Even now, our sign synchronisation is way off. But I'll see what I can do.
Fair enough.
Back to the heavyweight jam!
Hell yeah.
Hardcore! It's hardcore! Skibberdy, skibber danger. I am the rearranger.
Hell
Your
yeah.
cop training did not prepare you for this. What to do?
We're close. True, hard, full, car! It's hardcore! Skibberdy, skibber danger.
Your cop training.
We're close.
I love him, he's
Hard,
perfect.
Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent. Good morning, yeah! 1, 2, 3, Yakokata, the place to be!
Why is that the place to be?
Yakokata is a hardcore place!
Yekokata is an abbreviation from the Gradian term, Zone of Ecological Catastrophe, an agricultural megaproject in the extreme southeast of the Gradian Isola. It involved cutting-edge approaches to irrigation and a completely new type of fertilizer. An intricate system of irrigation networks pockmarking the earth, intermittent seas of phosphorus mud, ripped tarpaulin fluttering in the wind. A pair of molten rubber boots also comes to mind. All in all, a truly hardcore place.
Hell yeah.
We're close. True, hard,
We'll figure out what he's saying yet.
Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent.
I agree.
Good morning, yeah! 1, 2, 3, Yakokata, the place to be! It's the message, so listen and you will see. No illusion, the spirit is what you feel.
Hell yeah. My dude's about to start talking about the planet of the base.
We're close. True, hardcore, yeah!
This young man adds a capital G before the H in his yegs and args. This produces a guttural Gotwaldian accent and makes him sound more animal, more... Or maybe it's not Gotwaldian. Maybe it's Oranese. Probably an homage to Oranje, where Arno van Eyck is from, judging by his name. Could you be listening to an Arno van Eyck creation right now?
The Y to the E to the A 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 to the G to the H to the exclamation mark.
Hell yeah.
Yeah! We're close. True, hard, full, car. Hardcore. Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent. All car. All right. Yeah! Gotta get the people going. I'm the party boy. It's my job.
There is so much depth to this conversation. It's like a choose-your-own-path adventure game.
2 on the track. Watch your back. Watch out for the heart attack. We're close. True. Hardcore. Hardcore to the mega. Internally. All core. All right. Yeah. Gotta get the people going. Yeah. Request. I want everybody as close to the stage as possible.
Hell yeah.
We're close. True. Hardcore. Hardcore to the
I will figure this out yet.
All core. Gotta get the people. I'm the party boy. Hardcore party 25/7 beyond the winter's orbit style.
There is a place far away in Cutler, beyond a certain latitude, known as Winter's Orbit, where there are 25 hours in a day. It is a tremendously cold place, abandoned to drunks and failed rock stars, full of eternite, depression, and half-finished ski-flying hills. The Suru live there.
This guy is just a source of weird world knowledge.
We're close.
That's great.
True. Hard. Full. Hardcore. Hardcore to the internally coherent. All core. All right. Yeah.
He furrows his brow as his very large head traces the sublime invisible movement of the music in the very real air of the stuffy tent.
Hell yeah.
Hardcore. Ah. Is it though?
I don't know why that got me so off guard. Perfect.
But is it? I mean, really?
Feels like you should reply with the very pinnacle of idiocy here, so that things get totally transcendent. But you haven't gotten there yet, so you don't know what to say.
I am the mic enforcer. I am the chicks checker. Yeah! We're close. True. Hardcore.
I will figure you out yet.
All core. All right.
He furrows his...
Hardcore. Ah. The question is, what is the question? But there was a question? We're close. True.
I will figure you out yet.
Hardcore. Internally coherent. All core. All right.
He furrows his...
The question is, what is the question? But there was no question.
Amazing.
We're close. True. Hardcore.
With almost got it.
He furrows his...
Is it though?
With
One
almost
mind,
figured
one
it out.
Spirit. There's no other world. There's no other life. We're close. True. Hard. Full. Core. Hardcore. Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent. All core. All right. Yeah.
He furrows his brow as his very large head traces the sublime invisible movement of the music in the very real air of the stuffy tent.
Hardcore. Ah. Is it though?
Hell yeah.
But is it? I mean, really?
The question is... What is the question?
No, but seriously, I'm a bit worried it isn't.
Don't be alarmed. Everything is okay. He isn't actually worried. Everything is still super hardcore. What he probably means is, it could be even more so.
What do you think's wrong with the music?
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm still in love with the hardcore. Sometimes I just feel like anodic music is in its infancy, you know? For example, take this Arno van Eyck jam I've been pumping for the last months, and will continue pumping for the rest of 51. Isn't something holding
I'm
it
listening.
back from being hyper? It's like it's only ultra.
I get it.
I think it's super hardcore, but you're right. It's not hyper hardcore.
If anything, it sounds a bit proto, like it's not fully formed yet. You might be a moribund alcoholic and a failed cop, but you are pretty certain a thing cannot be both proto and hardcore.
Wow! Culture cop! I think you might be right. But how could it become hardcore then? I know it in my heart, but cannot think it in my head. If this is not hardcore, how could anything be?
How could we make it harder for?
What? Guys, there's something happening in his head. Oh yeah! He's doing it!
But you're not. This is almost certainly a matter that surpasses the limits of reason.
I know! So does mine!
Hell yeah.
No! This is the answer!
I'm the police.
Uh-huh.
Nothing, it's probably not going to help.
Oh!
I need something else, something extra.
Yeah!
We have started figuring this man out.
No nation, but transnation! No war, but class war!
So you're not thought reader, you're a communist.
He's not a communist. It's just something he likes to yell. He picked it up from a tape jockey at the Elysium. She was a communist, though.
Yeah! With a rebel yell!
What does that mean, you're a thought reader?
Don't be a lunatic. Of course he isn't. Jermaine here just yells random things. Odds are, sooner or later one of them will come off as fault reading.
Yeah! Reversion imperative!
Unless you were thinking Reversion imperative right now. Anyway, I've had a similar thing happen with eggs yelling. I know what you mean.
He's actually speaking the truth all alone. This man knows the full arc at the store and he's telling us it right now.
That's fucked up, man. Lying like that. And a cop, too. He's not a communist.
Yeah! With a rebel yell!
But why aren't you a communist?
I can be a communist! If you want that, do you want me to be a communist?
Please don't turn him into a communist.
Oh yeah, turn him into a communist. Come on, it would be super.
Hell yeah.
Aye!
We've made him a communist. Amazing.
Communism rules the nation!
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, right on.
Here comes the sun!
Where are their lungs on your belt buckle?
Lungs are for love!
Why?
When Dolores Day was anointed innocence, her lungs started glowing through her body. For the world loved her, and she loved it back. Yeah!
Why wouldn't they be? Are the lungs not the place where you hold the breath of your soul?
I guess that makes perfect sense.
Love! In a woman's lungs. Lonely as I am, I'm not afraid. This strange, damaged feeling grows on and on. 'cause I've never loved someone like you before.
All right. Is your name really Tremaine?
Dark Hardcore! Jermaine Egghead!
Basically, yes it is.
Amazing.
All right! Here comes the night!
All right, let's see if we can raise our score. Can we channel the music? Not very well.
The large-headed youth has closed his eyes.
Good morning, comrade. Yeah!
I'll be back. We shall figure you out yet.
Hi again. So, how are things going? Goodbye, officer.
All right, Logic, what can I do about that? All right, I got Logic shirt. And glasses. Do I have any anti-logic on? No, I am dressed for maximum logic.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
Well, first of all, you're a smart cop, and a smart cop like you would understand if something wasn't quite right. So this should be easy. The gist of it is, they want to turn the church into a club, but a suspicious element has overtaken the building. It's very important to understand what the gist of things is. Always consult the gist before making up your mind. This is going well.
Oh no, I'm convincing myself a bullshit.
Plus, and it has to be considered, you can't invent the future of dance music in this smelly old tent. Imagine if you had the church. That settles it. Analysis complete. Their story checks out. It still feels as if this didn't quite go as it should have. But
Goodbye, officer.
I need more logic. Let's try this again.
Hi again. So, how are things going? Goodbye, officer. Hi again. So, how are things...
a number of things don't add up. Let's take a look.
There we go.
How about gather around, kids? The young speed freak puts down a busted capacitor and looks at you. The one with the large head seems very enthusiastic about whatever you have planned. Their would-be leader is less amused.
Sometime in the past. I'm not sure when and where. But betrayal was involved.
Hi, again. So, how are things going? Goodbye, officer. Hi again. So, how are things going? Goodbye, officer.
I need more logic. Let's try this again. Hi again. So, how are things going? Goodbye, officer. I fell sick and became the shadow you see now. But before that I have reason to believe I was a police detective.
But you still are.
I was good enough in this job, he awarded a high rank. I could have been captain, imagine that.
What happened?
I happened.
That's a real downer.
Now obviously that may as well been 1,000 years ago. But there's still some detective left in me.
The young speed freak is silent. He senses something is wrong.
Something else might be going on, I'm being naive.
Hey man, who knows what she's on about? I get it. She doesn't want us in the church. She's got something against us.
Who doesn't like to dance? She doesn't like to dance.
There is some odd equipment in here. Extremely pure water, some sort of tanks back here.
I have no idea how you arrived at that conclusion, but it's wrong. Look, we even have speakers.
One speaker. They have one speaker.
Where's your speaker's friend? And where are the headphones?
What do you know about spinning tape? Nothing.
I know you pawn them likely for this equipment.
I'm sorry, but there is no lab equipment and no drug ingredients. What do you mean, friend?
Where's the other speaker? It's true, if you only have one, that's a waste.
It's a one-speaker system. It's monodynamic. You wouldn't know the first thing about sound reproduction in anodic music. Other speaker.
This may be the brain damage talking, but you've definitely never heard of monodynamic or one-speaker systems.
I kind of respect this guy's level of bullshitting.
And of all cellular-based life, what's your point, Lawbringer?
Buddies. I'm not here to arrest you, but seriously.
No shit.
In short, you try to use the detective to set up a drug lab.
That's... Come on, that's...
Preposterous.
I meant to say, not true.
So what are we going to do?
What do you mean, do?
There's resignation in his voice. He's almost ready to drop the act. It wouldn't take a lot of pushing. The optimal way to go about this would be indifference. It begins by you telling him you don't care about any of this.
I don't really care, I just wanted to crack the case. Do what you want and I'll do what I want.
Really?
Come on, just talk to me.
You wanted to just ask me about something else?
Yet I need to know what's going on.
He thinks for a moment, then opens his mouth, but closes it again. Then finally raises his hands.
Things are just way too hard for an entrepreneur in this city. It's not like we're not going to turn the church into the wickedest club in East Revershoal.
Because we are! We totally are!
We just got to turn it into a speed lab first.
You know, to get our foot in the door.
Why?
Like I told you, spooky arseholes moved in while I was getting all this stuff together. A month ago, the place was empty, and now it's all spooked up.
They're not really that spooky. I also do yet. Suggestion is you figuring out what the person is thinking and how to go with it. Which makes sense.
No, man. They're spooky, all right. It's just that they would also probably call the police if we started cooking speed in there.
But the sign was way off too. I couldn't feel the love at all.
So, what now?
This is it. Judgment time.
I promise to help you set up a club, not a drug lab. I ain't going to arrest you.
Yeah!
I knew it. It's impossible now.
No, Andre, it's harder now. This hard cop has come to show us how much the fish is, and the fish is always so much more. We all know there was never going to be a club for hypnotic music with the Speed Lab. Now it has a fighting chance.
Hell yeah.
There needs to be a club for hypnotic music in there. Needs to. Everyone hates each other. Everybody hates it here. It's all just drugs and we're slaves and I can't. We are running out of time.
He is my favorite. I love this loser.
We need a win, Andre. I promise this will be a win. We won't cook speed in there. We'll do it clean. We'll do it true. We'll do it sober and real and beautiful. This will be a victory for the light.
Hell yeah, hey kid. You're great.
Okay, we'll try to do it without the drugs. We'll do a straight club up in there, spinning the maddest reels, and nothing but, I swear to God. Okay, Egg?
From here on, it'll be straight all the way.
And? What happened?
I talked to the crab man.
Oh, man! Who is he? What did you think?
Honestly, not that bad, little weird but not bad.
Really? Huh. Interesting. What's he doing in the church?
Praying.
No matter. Is he gonna be a problem?
Yeah, Noid is right. Let's get back to the point. What are we gonna do about him?
These guys will never catch him. You will never catch him. There's nothing to do.
He told me he wouldn't mind the nightclub at all.
I dunno, man. Doesn't it feel like a major hindrance to you? A spooky guy climbing around when all the guests are trying to have nice, friendly hyper time?
He's not going to fuck with you.
I guess it's not a massive problem, now that I think of it.
Everyone is welcome to dance till the morning light. Yeah!
Hell yeah.
Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, but what about the other spooker? The one in Grandma's clothes? Did you see her?
I did.
A programmer? That's odd. What was she like? Did you ask her about the nightclub?
She's not so sure about this.
What a pity! That's my favourite thing in the world! And she doesn't like it at all!
A shame. What can we do now? Do you see a way out of this jam? And into a laser-lit future of dance and unity?
Unity! Dance!
She needs to finish her project first.
And you can't just evict her?
No.
Look at you, Honour Man!
No, Noid. He's right. Maybe we've approached it the wrong way after all. I'm sure there's a workaround. We can make a deal not to bother her. If that's okay with her, we only want to get in the church and spread the joy and ecstasy of music.
The lines in the dark exist. coexist.
At least Crabman seems like an advanced being. He's hard. He'll understand.
Yeah, he can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like Nordic dance music?
Not really.
Egghead cannot believe what she just said. It makes him pump the jam a little slower for a moment, but then he returns to the full swing of it.
No worries. We'll figure it out. If coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's all okay with you, what do you think?
I'm not going to throw her out, but I will talk to her.
Excellent! Good luck, my friend. Goodbye, officer.
So fun fact. Because I got this trait that gives me a little money every time I get an encyclopedia check. My conversation with Egghead just got me half of my hotel fee.
Hello again.
So I know about the whole drug thing.
I did, and I'm sorry. For what it's worth, which isn't much.
Fair enough.
This is why I didn't go into the tent. Typical delinquency.
You don't get to choose your posse, they choose you. Mine are idiots, but they're mine. I tried to talk Andre out of it. I even tried not to lie to you.
Indeed, she merely tried to omit the truth instead.
Not really care.
Okay, but I still regret it. I should have been able to control them, and I will in the future. I promise. May I ask, what did you tell them?
If you want to open a club, sure, but no drugs.
Thank you. I'll get them under wraps, I promise.
Fair enough, girl. You do you.
Yes, what is it?
Now see if we can make this work.
I don't want to make anything work.
Really?
Yes, anything. I don't want to make anything work. Good.
Come on, lady.
Easy. When her research is done, she can move out.
Can I help you fix your shit?
What? No, I don't really need any help with the project.
Look, if we fix this, you don't have to live in the shitty church anymore.
She thinks about it. A glassy look in her eyes. A gust of wind brings more snow in from the broken gallery. It touches her hair.
All right. Bring me the game's offsite copy from my old workspace, if you really want to help. It's stored on a filament memory, and I'm unable to go and fetch it myself.
What is it? Why do you need it?
It's a backup of my former employer's project, the radio game we were working on. It's stored on a filament memory, just like the one inside this radio computer. The backup itself is destroyed now, but I'm hoping to use what's left of it to pinpoint the exact location of the anomaly. You just have to go to my old workspace and get the filament.
Hold on.
All right.
If it's called an off-site copy, then why is it still on-site?
What my mind just said.
Oh God, not this again. It is not on-site. It is in the basement. Perfectly safe and not connected to the front at all.
basement? Sounds like it's technically still on site.
And no, taking it outside the building wouldn't have protected it from the data loss. There's nothing wrong with keeping the backup in the basement. What happened was a freak accident that has nothing to do with how the backup was stored.
Okay.
We clear?
This is clearly a painful topic for her. She must have had to explain herself numerous times.
Fair enough, lady.
Yeah, that's the one. You can get in through the bookshop. You just have to do some explaining to the bookstore lady.
Great.
That's her name, I believe.
Where is it?
There's this giant ice bear fridge in the building's cellar. It's there. Don't worry, you can't miss the bear. It's hideous.
Why can't you get it yourself?
The bookstore lady hates me. Says I'm part of the curse, whatever that means.
Why?
Because she's from Martinez, and people from Martinez have never ever seen a radio computer. She thinks it emits elemental evil.
It's only because their socio-economic situation.
Yes, but she literally started praying for the higher powers when she first saw my lame Civic. I'm not making this up.
The lieutenant coughs like he's amused.
Once I came in one morning, only to find that my terminal was full of those strange trinkets and amulets. Wards. It looked like some Semenine magic. So what I need you to do here is go have a talk with her, say that you're a policeman and need to get to the building's basement. Then bring me the offside copy. All right?
I got it.
Thanks. And here's my Qualsund multitool. You might need it to hack loose some ice. It opens everything. If you get me the offside copy, then you can keep the Qualsund.
It hurts a bit for her to say
Okay.
this. She's not too happy to be parting with the Kvalsund.
Let's go. What you just give me? Oh. Open locked containers, you say? I like it. A pry bar, but better and with a saw. Thanks for the upgrade, lady. And now let's see about this thought we just finished.
Apricot chewing gum scented one. August 2nd, early late summer. You're getting off the streetcar in Le Jardin, east of the river. Her father and mother are middle class. The nylon of her little jacket rustles next to you in the dark like autumn leaves. Her heels click on the pavement. You're walking up to the gate in front of her parents' house. She takes out her chewing gum and you kiss her. A feeling like electricity flows through your whole body. Immediately, you know that you've entered a completely different world.
I also really do. As it turns out, if you actually find the way to respond to someone that they like, they'll give you more things. Turns out being personable is good. Well, I have a lot of bonus perception. All right. That's
The
useful
mother
to have.
of humanism stands above you.
Let's see if we can figure this out. Why, we're already here.
mother of humanism stands above you. A precious and nothing, just the edge of the crack.
Damn. Same failure we had last time. Oh well, that's fine. All right. Time to talk to this bitch. Kid, you got any ideas for me?
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Nope, but thanks.
You've hurt
All right,
yourself
loser.
now. I told you not to mess around back there. What are you even trying to accomplish, you fool?
I tried to smash through the door using physical force. Because that back of her office is the only way into the office building now. That door goes through while the front door is hard sealed. So we have to get through that door.
You're only making things worse. Stop it. Be compelled to look at the books. Go to them.
I got to get back there.
A fridge? No, I don't know anything about a fridge. Aren't you interested in books?
For whatever reason, she's lying to you about the fridge. Seems like you have to find your own way to the cellar.
I hate her.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before.
All right, what can I do to raise that? Do I have anything to do that? I need pain threshold up. I'm willing to spend a point on it. All right.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Seminese trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked.
Well, that's
Ow.
extremely funny. Look away for a moment. Don't worry about it. Nothing's wrong.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in
I
dozens,
just don't have
if
another
not
point to
hundreds,
spend.
of Seminese trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked.
What a weird sound. Anyways, keep looking
Ow.
away.
Shoot. Whose moronic idea was it to just run through the door? Don't you? A heavy door with a missing... Only an echo. A hollowed out, dark echo.
Damn, look. It really doesn't want to let me save some through the store, I mean. Not.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Seminese trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. Ow.
I need to be able to progress.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands
I have to get
before
through
you,
this door.
covered in dozens, if not hundreds,
Jesus.
of Seminese trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. Ow.
Lucky knows what we are.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens,
There we
if
go.
not hundreds, of Seminese trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. You smash into the wood and see a small crack appear on the door frame. It's going to take one more try to break through to the other side. But you've done it.
You're not thinking of trying again, are you?
All of these options. Fuck the system. Perfect.
What is this place?
I think it might be the boxing club for young athletes.
I think you're right, though it looks like no one's been here in ages.
We checked all those things on the outside door.
I doubt the electricity still works. We should find a flashlight if we want to go on. There should be one in my kinema.
Some specks of dust shimmer in a
Hair
faint
call.
beam of daylight falling from the window. Other than that, the room is dark. An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
Let's go get that flashlight.
The lieutenant nods.
Thanks for the warning, buddy. Let's go gear up. I also do. It's also just really good. There are no downsides to it. I very much like it.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a metallic drawer slides out from under the seat. It's robust, weatherproof, and well made. Police issue, blue, lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise miss.
Might as well also take the chain cutters in case we need them.
The handles are long and sleek. The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest.
Alright, let's get in there. Despite fucking up my shoulder. Also, hello there. We're doing some breaking and entering. But legal since we're cops. Nice. Easy money.
A barbell lies on the floor. The color has worn off its weight plates. There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard. Why does it feel so familiar?
It's a trap. There are no colors on the barbell. If I fail this check, I'll injure myself.
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then.
What kind of a bathroom to remove them? That should be a felony.
It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't. No one's supposed to come here anymore.
Do I know this 'cause I was a weightlifter?
No, it's not that. It's the stale smell of rubber, the squeaky sound of sneakers, your bruised knee against the mat, and a whistle. Then the feeling is gone. It's just a memory.
I'm not going to kill myself trying to pick that up.
It's dark. And the flashlight works a lot better if you hold it in your hand.
Flashlights go in hand.
Yes, you might even call it a feature of the universe that you need to hold tools to use them.
Holy shit, that makes sense.
Right. Now let's get to it.
Some areas are...
Yeah. Hello there. Sadly, you missed us, understanding, Egghead. You have to go back and check the van for that. The body even. VOD. But now we are breaking and entering. Creepy. However, this area is full of Luke. That's a lot of money.
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes like some ancient cave mural. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos and drawings have been pinned to the board.
Let's take a look.
These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of welkins. You make out autumnal candle welkins casting wax-based magic. Translucent welkins with organs shining under their skin, and even ether welkins hailing from the vast emptiness of sidereal space. Who are all those creatures? Fantasies of a tortured, feverish mind? You should adopt one of those welkins as your persona. No longer a mere man, but a welkin.
I thought I already did that with a cockatoo.
One of the welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be different, however.
Let's take a look.
It's Vara Hamira, a high welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a welkin supremacist. The note says, all non-welkin races will be purged. The Haldor, the Twarg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them, purged. Imagine a world filled only with welkin, green welkin, dread welkin, and the high welkin to rule them all.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little walking creatures.
One of them is a supremacist.
Mm-hmm. Political commentary. That one has a great beard, too.
What is this?
Some people really like building a world, I think, even if it's just for a game.
True.
This looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real.
All right.
Just look at those details. So much effort.
And for what? All gone.
Let's look at these photos.
The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes
Hell yeah.
wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost and glacial landforms, dead trees grown in under the snow. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried up riverbeds, abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses in the dark, carcasses and bones. You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, boreal dvorg, yurts under the snow, great mammoth-like beasts of burden. A pinned postcard reads, "The heat death scenario. A desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs the world as Wirral becomes untethered from its sun, drifting through the universe."
Interesting. I mean, that's kind of a cool concept for a campaign.
This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI span the marker-drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money. It looks a bit like an academic calendar,
Could
only
be.
much more brutal. Everyone is constantly teetering on the edge of the abyss, an abyss of production. These squares look orderly, but beneath them is chaos, worry, pain. Minimi stands for a mini meeting. It's part of a bigger framework for managing work called RUN. Station 41 tried to implement it a few years ago, but failed.
What happened?
As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final days. Only failure and regret dwell in this region.
Looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See the prod schedule filament for details."
Check the notes.
The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: "Call in, tune out," "Wirral untethered," and "Heat death of the universe." The full text reads, "Heat death of the universe is the new black." Another note says, "The biggest advancement in role-playing systems since the 30s.
All right.
A dusty radio computer sleeps on its wired frame, forgotten and unused. Its keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer.
Another radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside.
Should I turn it on?
It's your call. You're in charge of this expedition, officer.
Let's do it.
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. The hatch on the machine's central compartment is wide open.
Print.
Nothing happens.
Play.
Nothing happens. Nothing happens. It's empty like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left dangling, disconnected. The filament you have would fit perfectly inside the compartment. Like a smooth draw,
Take
the
a look.
filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking. The speaker comes to life. Static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. An old lady greets you. Her voice sounds 100 years old.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeater Station 1.
Hello again.
Please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
Hi, it's me again.
Good, thank you. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule? Good. Please repeat the password.
Let's see if it's the same one.
Good. I've unlocked the production schedule. After ending the call, please press print to access the filament.
Really? She
Thank
just
you
used the
very
same
much.
password? Maybe those radio computer guys aren't that paranoid after all.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
Yeah, she's just doing her thing, fair enough. Thanks, Grandma.
Thank you, and goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. With a quiet determination, the printer starts printing, a piece of paper unfolding like a handheld fan. A black crisscross of letters covers its surface. It's a project report written by the lead producer, Andrew Andy Schott, about Whirl Untethered, a radio game developed by Studio Fortress Accident. The first few pages give an overview of the capital and workforce, while the rest of it seems to be a production schedule.
Tell me about that money.
In its short time of existence, Fortress Accident SCA managed to burn through truly insane amounts of money. The first tranche of seed financing brought in 150,000 Ria, but then came the delays. Eventually, the damage reached 400,000 Ria, with only half of the game finished.
Damn.
Let's just say it was a real adventure for their Igaunian investor.
Who worked there?
Fortress Accident employed 18 people, the bulk of the team composed of writers and concept artists. There were also radio programmers, sound engineers, a CEO, 2 marketing experts, and a single overburdened producer who developed a habit of popping Pyrrolidon in the basement to escape his obligations. Why did Fortress Accident have so many concept artists?
Why?
It didn't.
Why didn't it need so many?
No, definitely not. A few more producers could have come in handy though, especially when dealing with writers, some of whom routinely skip to work because of mental health issues and extremely unprofessional sleep schedules.
That does sound like writers. I say as one.
One of them even managed to steal some valuable company property before skipping town for good. The production schedule depicts their glorious descent into bankruptcy.
What happened?
Not the concept artists. It wasn't even the writers. With their panic attacks and 3-hour lunches, it was impossible not to fail. The project was too large, and no amount of money could satiate the ever-expanding ambitions of the development team.
No, this is more Star Citizen.
They tried to make a 4 million real game with 400,000 in their bank account. They thought they could bridge the gap with pure willpower and imagination.
You can't defeat money. And at a certain point you can't defeat people unable to hold back.
They couldn't.
Damn.
No. Even then, success remained within an ever-narrowing margin of possibility that, despite everything, never entirely disappeared. That is, until they discovered the Valley of the Heads.
The what?
At the 11th hour, the lead designer, Jimsk-born Sulisław Jalisa, decided that what Whirl Untethered needed was a secret mystical location at the extreme edge of the map. This place was to be the Valley of the Heads, where the heads of all the headless constructs could be found. The player would have been able to choose a head for their headless party member, and each head would have been voiced on air by a professional actor.
Jesus.
So many. The last count there were approximately 10,000 heads for 10,000 headless men, all of which could be endlessly recombined. Do you really want to know? There seems to be a calculation here, but it may take a while.
How bad could it be? Yeah, that's a lot. Keep going.
The lieutenant taps his foot impatiently, his arms folded tight against his chest.
I'm doing math. We must go deeper.
What if you broke the radio computer? What if it's never going to stop?
Let the numbers wash over me.
And that's it.
Okay, so that's what did them in.
Well, yeah, that and the catastrophic data loss.
What again?
On the nature of the data loss, there's ominously little information in the production log. It comes at the very end, where things get fuzzy and dark, where tables and numbers seem to vanish into an eerie nothingness, before the Egonian investors pulled the plug. What is clear is that one day, an unidentified numeric anomaly occurred on the East Insulindian Lintel front, just as the World Untethered project was being compiled that day.
So then there was a data loss.
When the project was returned, it was completely blank. The team spent weeks on the phone with Lintel, the service provider, but despite their diagnostics, they could never produce a satisfactory explanation or pay for the loss.
Jesus.
Always read the terms of service. And let's face it, they didn't have any money left for a legal action.
What about a backup?
Mysteriously enough, it seems that the off-site copy happened to be on-site when the catastrophic data loss occurred. It was the lead programmer's responsibility to oversee weekly maintenance of the off-site copy and, well, keep it off-site. An explanatory note from the lead programmer has been attached.
You should probably have more than one backup.
S. Luukinen Kilda, the lead programmer of Fortress Accident. The off-site copy was on-site because there was no off-site anymore. Not for me, not after 8 months of crunch. I didn't have a home anymore, so I started keeping it in the basement in the ice bear refrigerator near where I went to sleep. It was perfectly safe there. The temperature conditions were optimal.
You know, fair enough.
That's not what her colleagues thought. The production schedule ends with a few random notes that seem to be added sometime later. 4 months later, by an unknown author. I am the only one left, and it's gotten rather damp here. A few other businesses have gone under, too. Slipstream switched to making skis, and the hairdressers just left, cursing Martinez. They're right, though. Something's seriously wrong with this place. Martinez, all of it. Still haven't got an answer from Lintel about what happened. All I could get were the physical coordinates of the error on the East Insulindian front on that day. Since the computation happened on air, I reckoned it had to coincide with an actually existing location. I have compared the coordinates to a map of Revachol West. Turns out it's only 800 meters from here. The address is Saint-Brun 1147. I am going there to look this thing in the eye. Tiles on the cube
Rest
are
in
still
peace, company.
smoldering. The filament slides out of its glowing nest.
Thanks, computer.
This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker, the mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strangely ancient. A diagram for summoning some time-forgotten being. The symbols seem very esoteric. The whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic tiles. Very pesantic.
How do I know that?
History classes, students with their textbooks open, studying the roots of our civilization. Those aquarelle blue tiles looked beautiful in the sun. Radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123.6, UKV 123.7, UKV 123.9. Some written notes, too. Sparse and cryptic.
For what?
Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced. You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled the Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station it wants.
Who's that?
Someone very important. The leader of a massive on-air game built by these people. A conductor for the hundreds of story threads that pass through the Game Master's frequency.
That was weird.
Whoever decides to call in to a call-in station, it looks like. A list of names under the stations suggests people across 6 Isolas would be playing. Muindi, Insulinda, Kotla, Grad, Samara, and even Ilmara. All of this is gone, left unrealized. There's no way a little basement studio working here could pull anything like this off.
My God, it's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became.
Yep.
The schedule. I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
What else?
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from times long gone. No one has used the fireplace in ages.
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace?
The remains of the game.
Yes, I got that. What I meant was, what were they trying to achieve with this damn game? What were their ambitions? Because this here looks rather advanced.
He has respect and curiosity for this failed endeavor. This is way above your tiny little policeman head.
I am not sure.
Okay, well, I think it looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers.
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
How are they going to do that?
Through call-in stations. None of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio. Then there's the Game Master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts.
That's kind of interesting. Has anyone ever tried that before?
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Grad, Messina, Königstein. You know, places with industry.
Not in Revachol West, among the ruins.
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an inter-isolary game before. We just don't have the technology.
Someone was trying to make a radio MMO.
Indeed, those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the WeWorld board game, with hit death thrown in.
Super cool. Someone should give them millions of real immediately. This game is too good to be left unfinished.
Damn.
Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but It's too late for that, I'm afraid.
Hell yeah.
Okay, let's keep moving.
I respect it, they were trying their best.
You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost and the bear's eyes are glowing red. The bear looks oddly realistic. Is it taxidermy?
Let's open the door.
A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. This is the inside of a refrigerator. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his gun.
It's a fridge.
Of course, just a giant ice bear-shaped fridge. Let's take a look inside.
The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. The fridge is huge. But where's the filament memory? It's not here.
Someone must have taken it. What does the note say?
You pocket the note.
Let's see.
And the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door. A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper. It looks nothing like the fridge. The paper still smells of vanilla and chocolate.
The fuck is this?
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge.
So they were trying to sell from this.
I know. What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity bill on this thing must be catastrophic. A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. Looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a face of agony.
The fuck?
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. It's connected to the chimney. No one has used it in ages. No signs of any recent fire. Only dead rats.
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from above. A voice or several voices talking to each other. Near the smoke chamber, upstairs. The echo is so prominent, it's impossible to discern what the voices are saying or what's producing them.
What are you doing?
I think I hear someone talking upstairs.
Wait, really? We should investigate, see if someone's upstairs.
Agreed. Damn, there's a lot going on down here.
2 cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby.
Not my job to fix that. Hell yeah. I also think so. This is neat.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment
The drama
behind
is
the wall. It's too dark to see in.
What is this?
Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period. Look at all those rifles. Must be an old weapons cache. There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take a look?
Sure.
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs. Rummaging around, you find rusty rifles hidden away. Most of them are rusty and inoperable, like the rest, but one catches your eye, a bolt-action model with a fine wood stock, in better cosmetic order than the others. Take it. You're a police officer. Police officers carry guns.
This looks nice.
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still a beautiful thing in its own way. It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez. It's an interesting coincidence, I would say. Might come in useful in the future.
I also do. That's a good one.
He likes this find.
Hell yeah. We now have a gun. Did you bring any for me? Guess I found a way to unlock that door. You were supposed to find a way. Alright, let's check out this note we found.
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface.
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct is still active. Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe. You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care, Suliswaf.
I know who it is.
Really? You don't have a single guess? Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on the filament memory. Even if he doesn't know what to do with it, he'd probably try to pawn it for speed, based on our encounter.
Alright, let's go get it.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut. Two cables are plugged into the break. Something close to you dies with a...
Very smart. Opening the lid should be much easier after the ice cream maker has defrosted.
Yep.
This orange machine is dead still.
Guessing we have to let it sit for a bit.
Ice cream churner and an electric
freezer. Or not.
The ice around it slowly melting.
We'll just let it sit for a minute while we go check out upstairs.
An iron safety curtain curves before your eyes, folded like a bellows. It covers half the room, blocking the way into a colossal industrial chimney. This is directly above the central furnace in the cellar. The voices probably came from here. What an odd thing to do. Nothing happens. Still nothing. No one's home.
Oh God.
Those curtains proved to be surprisingly sturdy.
I almost
Your
killed
fist
myself.
hurts now.
There must be another way to wake up whoever is in there. Maybe we should ask the lady in the bookstore what's going on here.
Bent metal.
I almost
broken
killed myself
glass.
knocking on a door.
Your path lies strewn with the broken forms of everyday objects. You are the destroyer, the bane of inanimate matter.
Gaze upon me, stuff and despair.
Kudos.
Much as I like the meme of this one, I don't exactly need it. I'm already high on most of those, I don't need the ones I'm not. I can also probably forget this one soon. When I have enough points.
As before, this is directly above the...
I'll figure that out later, I guess. I also love that.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
Let's see if we can up our stats. Very little.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
I'll be right back to that.
There's a pile of cheap sunglasses in a small box, a variety of shapes and colors.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles right here.
These are all boring. Boring third-rate ho-hum sunglasses made of cheap Syrahese plastic, the kind of plastic that melts in the sun. Those UV stickers are almost certainly just there for the show. If anything, these lenses probably direct more UV light into your pupils. A UV magnifier.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, superb material, very cool, UV resistant. These will definitely keep your eyes safe and cool while doing your dangerous police work.
Fair enough. Let's see if I can find anything good in there. I'm searching for any gear that will help me. So I don't have to make everyone
Shine
look
on
away
these
again.
Sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer.
No luck. All you find is this lime-colored cellophane visor, produced by a bargain sportswear brand called Amphibian, apparently. There's a malformed green frog on its bent cap.
Oh, that visor is perfect for you, officer. It'll definitely keep the sun out of your eyes while you're shooting criminals. Bang, bang! And all for a mere 6 real. You don't like it? Sure, Square Joe. No problem. Let's get you some real shades. You keep coming back. That's good, officer.
Save the economy? That sounds off.
Haven't you heard, officer? We've got to be economically conscious. Recycle your cash, keep it in circulation. Don't buy new things. Buy eco.
Okay.
Very cool. The economy thanks you, officer.
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from weird polyester blends that make your body itch and sweat in all the wrong places. The box smells like cat piss or like an old person with no money.
Economical, but also trendy. Look first-hand, buy second-hand. Keep the economy moving.
He has nothing for what I need. What about you, pawn shop?
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags, others yet in bright blue uniforms. All are stern and unyielding in their duty. Try to find something pretty and cool here, then use it to win her back.
Do what?
Yes. Buy something nice. A figurine. This sounds off. You shouldn't trust this guy. Why? What's this? A headless man riding a horse? A headless man wearing futuristic tracksuit trousers that say found.
Oh, that's the Headless Phone Rider. The Headless Phone Rider. It's an urban legend about a man who rides the streets of Revachol sporting a fawn tracksuit. As you see, he's missing his head. 50 cents. Bargain price. I'll throw in the tiny cap too. I think he's looking for it, or something. That part of the story has many interpretations.
He lost his cap when he lost his head. Perhaps he's looking for the head.
Did I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky? Always carry it with you.
Okay.
Big men on big horses, clad in lamella armor and carrying flintlocks, the kind that would mow down a line of enemy soldiers in the blink of an eye.
Franco-Nigerian knights. I used to be very serious about these guys.
A long, long time ago. They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps, complemented by orange trousers. They are variously posed, wielding swords and rifles with bayonets.
Royalists then?
Which ones? Ah, those. Yes, they are. I find the paint job a bit gaudy, but children like the bright colours indiscriminately.
This set of soldiers isn't meant to look impressive. A few have rifles, but most of them carry pistols. Some even shovels and tall sticks.
You're probably talking about the revolutionaries, yes? Yes, they are soldiers, revolutionary soldiers. I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win.
We can do it.
Maybe.
He seems to have his own take on the conflict played out in perpetuity by these toys. Might be interesting to find out what it is. Wow, a very large red t-shirt with an impressive print stands out from the other garb. Oh yeah, the print depicts a muscled man striding toward you, a giant sword in each hand, encircled by burning embers. Behind him is a cluster of cabins engulfed in flames. Beneath him are the words, Hjelmdal burning. The antlers on the hood of the man's cloak and his piercing blue eyes are familiar. Smells like worn cotton and a little old sweat there. Worn cotton with a side of flea market or trash bin.
Sniffing is okay, but please don't try anything on. Can't have you leaving your photon emissions in the fabric of things you're not going to buy.
You're not imagining it.
Okay.
Photon emissions? What is he talking about?
What's this then?
It's the man from Hjelmdal.
Walking away from his burning village, yes.
Their matter-of-fact tone belies their surprise at the fact that you didn't recognize the figure in the print. Lie, sire, for no reason.
Yes, I shall lie for no reason.
That's very sad, man. Then you missed out on some pretty well executed, albeit repetitive, adventure literature. The man from Hjelmdal is the hero of a series of popular books based on a fictional version of Kotla, mostly what is nowadays Arda NFD. In fact, most people don't think that man from Hjelmdal ever really existed, but they are wrong.
Are they?
Hjelmdal isn't a real place.
Neither is the man a real man, of course, but both the man and Hjelmdal are an ontological necessity. But hey, it's not worth getting into an argument about.
Wow, what?
What?
I mean, even if the man from Hjelmdal didn't exist before the adventure novels, the stories have made it so that he has. It's simple, really.
Okay.
You sound skeptical. It's not that complicated. All that's required is a more robust understanding of cause and effect. Besides, I've been to Kotla, though not quite as far north as the Hjelmdal, and watched northern lights travel across the sky. Very unique, energetic tides there.
It's for the best, because Hjelmdal is not a real place, and thus he could not have gone there. His theory isn't exactly incoherent, but its logic does suggest some unusual neural activity. Interesting. Very, very unique energies indeed. Geomagnetic ley lines, one might even say.
Hell yeah.
2 real.
That's dirt cheap.
You should.
Sounds fair. Hey, that'll help.
Welcome to Hjelmdal, officer.
I'll take it. Thanks, bro.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
Where to get this?
It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property. You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly, but persistently. This would make quite a statement in your living room.
Yes, officer. As you see, it's in perfect working order.
How much?
700 real. A bargain, I dare say.
Damn.
Hey, I don't know where it came from, but it's not every day you get to buy and sell something so extraordinary.
I cannot buy that.
The boomboxes on the shelf look well-loved and well-traveled. Chipped, dented, they stare at you with the
I could use those,
eyes
though.
of their tape reels. One especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle on top. A classic boombox that says, Stereo 8 approved. This is you. Golden orange. A sunset suite. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Is the Harman Welsh W2. Made in Vespa. Designed in Seoul. Plays all reel-to-reel formats. 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. It'll set you back 12 real. Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech. Found sounds and music from a variety of genres. Even though I don't really like music.
Wild.
If you don't mind, please put the flashlight away. Some of us have photonic sensitivities.
Photonic sensitivity is not generally acknowledged
Fair
by the
enough.
medical establishment.
I do appreciate it.
I guess I was kind of just shining in his face.
Hello again. How can I help you? Sure, let me have a look.
I got some stuff to sell.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
This for sure. And I don't need the postcards. That's good enough for now.
Another time, perhaps.
I'll probably come back for that boombox a little later. Oh, none of those are active plot items. As far as I can tell. They can be kind of useful at moments, but they're not act like going to change the situation. Alright, let's get dressed and try this. Double pry bar. Hell yeah.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner
That's
and
rough.
an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
Time to get injured trying this.
Ice squeaks beneath your Kavalzun multi-tool, but your fingers slip away from the tool. The lid shutters tightly as before, and it's already unplugged. There's not much else to do other than wait for it to defrost or bulk up and get stronger.
I wonder how long it would take to defrost. No, we don't got rush to do this. That's fine. You will try it again next time we have a point. Possibly after we finish one of these other thoughts. But what I am going to do.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring
get a
an
book.
extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word
I'm going to learn about the man from him
somewhere.
though.
It is a bestseller for a reason.
I have embraced his shirt, I must now read his lord. Read his lawyer even. Close enough. I'm going to do it. I'm going to read.
The edges of the pages are worn and smudged. A lot of people have read about the Devil Woman's altercations with the Heimdall man. The jacket copy proclaims, "Man from Heimdall returns in his most exciting adventure yet. After crashing into a strange jungle, cannibalistic natives abduct his only surviving comrade, Noble Tyribald. Before Man from Heimdall can mount a rescue, he is ambushed by a tribe of female warriors and taken to the ancient citadel of Cloud City, where a mysterious and wicked queen rules supreme. Will Man from Heimdall be able to escape his dire situation and find his missing friend?"
Hell yeah.
You open the book to a random page. Man from Heimdall, wielding his two Zweihanders, is carving through a sea of savages, his visage fixed in grim determination. His arms, whirling like windmills, are soaked with the blood of his enemies. Mangled corpses litter the battlefield. Good God, this is some retrograde stuff. When was this shit written? You flip to the copyright page. This book was written in 38.
Oh shit, gritty and heroic.
Berserker rage burns in his azure-hued eyes as he brings glory and honor to his long-lost Heimdall tribe. From the village of Heimdall, the ivory giant roars like an ice bear, and the winds of Gatla howl out his name.
Hell yeah.
Man from Heimdall rides on a gilded griffin, his golden mane billowing in the breeze. Both Zweihanders sheathed on his back. He is off to war. Will he conquer his enemies? Will he conquer himself?
Only one way to find out.
The steel muscles of Man from Heimdall gleam in the humid jungle air. Yet the man does not sweat. In meditation, his soul drifts in the frigid northlands he calls home.
Fuck yeah.
A passage reads, The man from Heimdall looks up, his eyes blue as the mountain lakes of his homeland. He rarely speaks, but now his voice booms in the darkened throne room. Do not try to sap my masculine essence, wicked temptress. Son of Heimdall will never succumb to your seductive wiles. Thine spells are no match for purity and strength of will. Brothers of Heimdall, stand above the vices of flesh, for it is weak and corruptible, yet mine is forged in gore and strife. Queen Lydiana just laughs, a sultry and salacious sound, then says, I have grand plans for you, man from Heimdall. She gestures her diabolical hand toward an array of potions and unguents. First, you shall please me. Then lead my armies against the vicious cannibals. Not a muscle moves in the face of the man from Heimdall. Yet inside, there is turmoil. This goes against all he holds sacrosanct.
Is he not going to go his own way?
In the final pages, man from Heimdall mounts Gallivarian, his mighty griffin, and turns his gaze to the horizon. Queen Lydiana is dead, but an army of cannibals is storming the gates, and still there's no word of trusty Tyribald. To find out what happens next, you'll have to pick up Man from Heimdall and the Three-Eyed Skull, available in fine bookstores everywhere. Spring 39.
I want to know what happened. Alright, what else do we got to finish? Would I be able to forge the signatures?
The theme on that pinball machine is a standard royalist theme, used on everything from pinball cabinets to full-flavor cigarettes. Clinging to a picture book version of the past century, waiting for the king to come back and cast out all the profiteers and homosexuals. Basically, imagine a yellow plastic crown with a liquor brand emblazoned on it.
Nice.
The contemporary period stands still. The fated carousel of progress that doomed the royalists is itself winding down. Our time is decelerating into what no one knows.
All right.
Can I help you?
I've got your filthy blood money.
Got the 20 real? Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow.
Take it easy on him. Deep down, he really hates being the guy who has to remind you.
Yeah, fair enough. Let's see if I have the skill to forward signatures. Forage even.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope, a 12 to 40 month construction period, and the zoning plan in the addendum.
Hands-free, try that one. Can't retry, that is. That's not going to get me enough. He probably should, but then again I'm stuck in the room and you know I shattered it in a drunken rage. Maybe he wants me to suffer for it. I wouldn't exactly blame him.
Inside,
Oh
he
yeah, I
sees
was
a set of
waiting on
steering
something
levers,
from
a
Alice.
radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. Still no word, I'm afraid, sir. I know it must be frustrating. Was there anything else you wanted to ask? 57th, over.
In the cabin,
Nothing left. All right. Something to check out later. I might have to actually get those signatures. We'll see. I was trying to avoid it. Let's go take a walk out this way. New boots. I'll take them. Hey kids, want to find some legal documents? Want to sign some?
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it. This one doesn't say anything, kicking the concrete with his worn-out sneaker.
Lily's our mum.
Fair enough.
The stone kicker laughs suddenly. His head is too large for his shoulders. The other one laughs as well. Maybe there's some kind of reason why they're laughing. An interesting reason, somehow tied to the case.
They're the murderers.
The boy stops laughing and looks at his toes. Oh, okay. So now he's shy. Now he's not talking, just wobbling around like he's afraid of something. You will never get an answer. That's how it is with these little idiots.
I guess I can't get them to sign something illegally. What a shame. What else do we got to do? Let's see. I'm mostly trying to pass time so I can unlock a couple more of these things.
A cockatoo. This book talks about the delicate nature.
Let's pass
where
a little
to even
time.
begin. All cockatoos are known for their needy pet owners, or it is not recommended.
I've already done this.
It's the
I
legend
need something
found in
else
the
to
trash.
pass the time.
Cabbage of arson, petty theft. You don't exactly. It takes about murder. Beaten to Joseph Mills. No. Okay. So the case is handed to you because no one entered. Mills has smoking hookah. Not much.
There we go.
Anti-object task force. Behold, the anti-object task force has assembled. God's avenging angel, arrayed against the lower emanations of the darkened one. Shoe racks, tape recorders, motor carriages, and doors. So many doors. You're not just pounding it all to pieces. You're reforging the universe. From the anvil of the heavens to the worms below. Indulge in it. Be bold. Have an impact on the shape of creation. Out of the furnace of your rage. A new reality. Also, you should trash your room again.
Hell yeah. I know heal from doing damage to objects. That's pretty good. Alright. But I need now is a little bit of XP. I need something that will give me a little bit.
Game boxes.
Wonderful board games, sir. The Viticulturist is a classic for sure, or perhaps you'd like Archipelagos of Insulinda, a very educational game for those interested in geography. Braubritter is a fun game of economic competition, but can get quite intense after a while. We have games for the whole family. You can play with your children.
Who are you going to play board games with? Do you have friends or family?
Do I have friends?
Are you actually friends? Or just colleagues thrown together by circumstance?
Hell yeah, we are.
Don't be so hard on yourself, sir. You just need to clean up a bit. And technically, friends are a bit like family. For playing with friends, I'd recommend Suzerainty. It's a civilization building game where you build a civilization, then set off to brutally colonize and repress other civilizations. It'll cost 12 real. Lousy auras there. No, role-playing games are popular among those types. You know, who are into those kind of things. Personally, I don't like it. Not at all. I've heard they turn people into occult enthusiasts. That they have rituals where they try to summon entities. Highly immoral stuff. You can still buy them, though.
I think I will. I will be back to buy those soon. I'm totally not looking something up. I'm totally not checking if there's any reason why I need to hold this. I can sell it. How's the free money? This isn't the one she wants, so I just need to make sure she didn't also need it.
Hello again. How can I... Sure, let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Thanks for the money, buddy.
Another time, perhaps.
Now I can go buy occult video games. I can learn how to summon demons. Let's go. Me and Kim are going to play some games.
Board game boxes.
If you say so, but you better stay away from those immoral occult rituals.
Let's go.
Large letters on the front form a title. Wirral. The colourful box is illustrated with bucolic vistas. The cover art also features odd-looking humanoids. Some short, some taller, some with pointy ears, others with ephemeral wings. Text underneath the title in smaller typeface reads, 3rd edition, Mega Setting Supplements Module. The side panel adds, a sword and sorcery adventure board game with new maps and miniatures. A blurb on the back reads, tired of the tedium and toil of
Sounds
modern
like
life?
you needed to make more
Escape
money.
to Wirral. Leave behind e-solas and nations with their petty squabbles. Discard electricity, magnets, and boring technological widgets. Succumb to a world of high pasternal fantastique. Unleash your imagination and create an adventure of endless possibilities. Discover the terrible secret threatening Wirral. Can your band of adventurers save the world? Exactly. That's the spirit. All you have to do is read an intricate rulebook, study an assortment of maps, unfold the illustrated game board, and start rolling dice. In no time, you could be romping through grasslands with low-level characters, hunted by Iskala riders, or battling unspeakable monsters in endless dungeons fraught with danger and despair, conjuring up forceful magics to aid your quest. Don't forget heated arguments escalating to physical confrontation with your friends.
Hell yeah.
And most importantly, never forget to rage quit if the dice don't go your way.
You're right, drama.
You pry open the box. Inside you find a folded up map, a small booklet, a 24-sided die, and a little plastic figurine. It's made from some sort of wood and has been decorated with peculiar plant motifs. You don't know much about dice, but this one looks pretty damn fancy. A quick guide to the magical races of Wirral. Create your own hero, choosing from any of these completely unique and fantastical backgrounds. The options are in order of importance. The Welkin, the Tweog, the humans, the fairy folk, and the pygmies. The Welkin, tall, lithe, and graceful, with long flowing hair and pointy ears. They're known for being powerful magic users, but can also hold their own in a brawn-driven fight. The Welkin come with a variety of exciting sub-races. High Welkin, Forest Welkin, Lake Welkin, and Snow Welkin. But if you're not feeling experimental, a basic Welkin will always do.
Let's keep reading.
A grand race of industrious mountain people. They're short, stout, and muscular, and enjoy digging for gold and other precious minerals. They're also well versed in the art of combat, where they prefer to use axes and hammers. The Tweog also come in a few different sub-races. Hill Tweog, Shield Tweog, and Dark Tweog. They're just humans, What else is there to tell? They're average in all stats, and jacks of all trades.
That's the way to look at humans.
A very small race of flying people, known for being mischievous, full of trickery. They often lure people into their magical traps. There are no sub-races for the fairies. The least popular of the Wirral races, the Pygmies, are short, rotund, and dim-witted. Pygmies live in small villages made of shoddy wooden dwellings. They spend most of their days tilling the earth and smoking their pipes. There are no sub-races for the Pygmies.
Boo.
A reprint of a crude hand-drawn map. The top left corner reads, Lands of Wirral. The map features both small villages and mid-sized towns with odd names, in addition to meadows, forests, hills, lakes and seas, also with odd names. It doesn't seem to correspond with anything you've seen thus far. It's not a very helpful map. You see a man in ragged clothes wearing a lopsided hat and wielding some sort of a firearm.
Huh, interesting. A communard.
A what?
A communard. One of the leftist revolutionaries in the anti-centennial revolution. The figurine is not a part of the real game setting. I guess someone misplaced it during the packaging process.
Maybe someone should make a role-playing game set then.
Good luck finding people who'd want to play as communard.
I would.
You see him.
Huh, interesting. The figurine... I have a feeling the figurines are more there to set the scene than anything else.
You pick the figurine up by the base to meet your gaze. The little plastic man stares back at you, his face contorted into a disturbing shout. Then you pocket it. You place the die into your pocket. It's always good to have luck on your side. A colorful box with the title, Wirral, in bold letters. It's
I
a
will
board
play this
game.
later. And now I have dice ready. Interesting. Apparently they. If you have the dice in your inventory, it resets certain checks. That's pretty funny. I was wondering what that text meant in the description. Interesting. All right, let's see. That didn't go quite as far in the future as I wanted. I was hoping we'd passed more time. Fine, I'll go do my job I promised. Or will I cheat? I'm still deciding. Damn it. Thinking. It's fine.
The old woman, still, there's a gap.
I'll just
with
have
the
these
name
people
of that
sign
song
it. There's
should be.
nothing wrong with
You
that.
should ask her about it, right now.
Eh? What's this about? Come now, I can't read all the scribble. Tell me what it says.
Wants to make it youth center.
Huh. I might be half blind, but it looks like part of the village is gonna be a street. The best part. The part we need to get out of our
Fair point.
houses. Have you asked Lillian about this? I won't even consider signing till I know she's on board.
You know, fair enough. Let's see what she has to say about this.
Waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards. Simmer down. Simmer down, bastards.
Why does she care about the waves so much?
What's up?
What is it with waves and fishermen? We need to be out there with them, fishing, making a living. So I asked them to accommodate me. But until that happens, I can try to assist you the best I can. So, what will it be, officer?
Let's talk about these signatures.
Are you? This says by signing, I agree to living with construction noise. What exactly is the union building? What a nice idea. Wouldn't have thought that...
She sounds incredulous about the niceness of the idea.
That Evrart and the union have nice plans for anything. I thought they only cared about themselves. Well, I guess union members have children too.
And those members have a vote when electing the head of the local chapter.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, one of my headphone canisters just completely went out. Gonna need to replace these. Luckily, this is my cheaper pair. But damn. That's inconvenient. It's very disorienting.
He has a pen and everything. Here you go.
Why did you sign it?
I shouldn't have.
No, probably
Yes.
not.
Well, I looked at it and thought I should. Because it says youth centre, and I have my own children. I am, of course, just a stupid poor person, so what do I know?
Living with the construction noise is going to be a challenge.
Sure, but it's temporary and for a good cause, and I need to give the children something else to do. They're cute and small now, but
fair enough.
They're growing up fast. Too fast. I had my first drink when I was 11 because I was so bored. Anyway, you'll have to get Isabel to sign it too. I saw the signatories. She won't if it's a bad idea. She's a much tougher nut to crack.
Sound logic. Division
fair
of
enough.
labor. She leaves the skepticism to the skeptic.
All right, let's have a talk.
The policeman. What can our village do for you? Lillian should let her sword make her decisions. The girl just doesn't have the head for it. Either way, I won't sign. Lillian's not the only one who's too trusting.
Damn it, Grandma.
She wanted to see if you would do it, and if she would.
I've seen it all before. You think they've got our interests at heart? Rich men are always selling poor men promises they never plan to keep. Then the poor get pushed out of their homes and the rich get a little richer. That's the way it goes. So no, I don't trust the fat man, and neither should you.
I mean, you're not wrong. On the other hand, maybe I'll be a little more suggestive to try to stop a massacre which I'm working towards.
A policeman. What can our village do for you?
It's really in her best interest.
Hey guys, what's that behind you? What's that?
A policeman.
What just
What
happened
can our
behind you?
village do for you?
It's
There's nothing going on. Except for what's behind you.
A policeman. What?
logic and reason won't work on this old bat.
I guess
Better
it
go
went
for
away.
shameless emotional manipulation. What's the grandmother's deepest vulnerability? Does this feel like a good thing, though?
Okay, I'll find another way.
Damn, you almost had it. What was this? A pang of conscience?
Okay. I tried to cheat and everything. I don't want to cheat that much.
Tequila Sunset.
Hey, want to give this a sign?
What's it about? I'll let my hand address the situation. Maybe you've heard. I used to be a very successful businessman. I've signed more than a few lease forms or whatever the fuck they were. Anyone's got a pen, the pro's gonna do it.
I have a pen.
All right.
Can I have the pen back?
Don't know if I've mentioned it, but I used to be a businessman. And as a businessman, I am going to keep the pen. For my trouble.
Fuck you.
Glad to have been of assistance. After all this time, I feel like I've made a difference.
Don't call Abigail!
Thank you for your help. Should we go and mail this? I think I saw a mailbox on the plaza.
Stole my pen. What a dick. I'm going to avenge that pen.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito and bullet holes in the front.
I knew you had this with us, Mr. Mailbox.
Yes, for sending mail.
You drop the white envelope in the darkness. It lands with a soft thud on what sounds like a couple of letters. About a week's worth of mail as collected in there. They'll empty this very soon. Probably did the right thing. You can't trust that slug Everard. You know he's going to play you somehow.
All right, let's go back to Everard. If we don't mention anything to him, he won't know before it's too late.
Sounds fair. Let's see what stats should I prioritize talking to him. I'm thinking manipulative ones. I got to be able to see through his bullshit.
There it is again. That spectral smell haunting this industrial harbor. And it smells like heavy fuel oil mostly, because it's an industrial harbor. Years of turmoil, of hopes and dreams, ground beneath the inexorable tides of capital. Can you smell it now? You inhale. The cilia along your olfactory epithelium tingle with excitement as they sift through the swirling morass of industrial odors. First come the smells of the agitated strikebreakers, layers of body oil and sweat, over-buttered meals pulled from Bakelite lunch pails, the biting stench of lye soap. And then there's the slowly oxidizing metal gates, the scent of stale grease emanating from every crack.
Can you smell it?
Everything in order, detective?
I'm smelling for communists.
You're smelling for... You know what? I'll just leave you to it. Carry on, detective.
Good answer.
It is a mark of the lieutenant's respect for you that he does not press you on this decidedly extracurricular errand.
He is my favorite.
The lieutenant lacks your highly developed politico-olfactory cortex. The reek of communism is undeniable, and it's coming from that railing right there.
I smell communists.
Yes, now's your chance to establish contact.
Bro, we're going to become you friends.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you? Yeah, the janitor who gave me the key to his apartment said the guy's a bit of an asshole. Like I said before, I don't know much about this weasel, but the bossman said he's a real piece of work. Thanks for helping out, friend.
Alright bro, we got to talk about something important.
What's that, Boya?
Now's your chance. Remember, communists are notoriously skittish, so it's best to insinuate your way in.
All of these answers are amazing.
Could be coming from one of the jam lorries. Cargo's been sitting out for a while. Don't think I've ever met a Kras personally. Then again, I've never been to Grad.
Okay, maybe it's time to abandon the subtle approach.
Have you tried a butcher shop?
Okay, maybe it's time to abandon the subtle approach.
Look, I'm trying to be communist here.
Ah, now I see. Can't say I'm surprised. You seem to take your communism seriously. Not a bad thing, mind you. It's good for a man to take time to think about the whole socio-political world picture.
Oh, he certainly likes to take his time with things, especially when politics are at issue.
So you've given up copying and now you're hunting comunistas. Care to say why?
God, I love these.
Oh, I see. I wish I could help. Unfortunately, I don't know many comunistas.
I know you said you're not one, but are you actually?
Maybe, maybe not. Either way, I'm not institutional. A man's got to blaze his own trail, in my book.
Okay, so maybe he's not exactly a communist, but there's definitely some communistic residue about him.
Ah, but you know, I did meet a genuine ideologue.
Census, you failed me.
Perhaps he's your guy.
What's that?
You know, a guy with a theory. Someone who likes to pit his theory against other theories in deadly theory combat.
I'm ready.
Didn't say anything about his name. Wasn't this sort of encounter where names matter? It was late one night as I was leaving the arbor. He was waiting on the corner in a bright white jacket. Classic Saramirizian style. He asked me for a light. We shared cigarettes. Then he asked me if I ever thought about getting into some of the extra physical branches of communism.
What you tell him?
The same thing I always tell people who try to press some claim on me. I said, every boyadero rides alone. I couldn't tell you. Once I declined his offer, we finished our cigarettes and he disappeared back into the night. Just before he melted into the shadows, he turned to me and said, "Remember Dobrava and Abadanais." And then he was gone. I don't know. Guess not everyone remembers.
I guess that's the password.
Been wondering about that myself. Some comunista inside talk could be. Not meant for the wider public. They love that kind of thing. You'd have to ask someone who knows this ideologo personally.
Not to interfere in your personal errand, but it might have something to do with that passphrase Cindy mentioned earlier.
Damn, bro.
The lieutenant nods.
Just in time. The faithful partner arrives with the key that turns the lock. You two make a good pair.
We do thank you.
I salute you, boyas, and wish you good fortune on this grand ideological quest.
Thanks, man.
The man whispers a jaunty tune. A coastal breeze ruffles his hair.
This guy has also been weirdly helpful for being completely unhelpful. He's great. I respect his desire to only do exactly as much work as he needs to. Good on him. Alright, time to go talk to this asshole again.
control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marche and Arrête are faded with use. It seems to control the large crane above. A container is attached to its hook block. Marche. On. Arrête. Off.
I should not play with this. That sounds unsafe. I will steal their money though. Yeah, but I should probably not kill people. Just saying that's a bad idea if I'm trying to make friends. Alright bitch, I'm back.
Mr. Dubois, I hear the meeting with Titus was a glowing success. That's such a relief. Titus can be a handful sometimes. Now, what can Everard Clare do for you today? The Golden Boy returns once more. Wonderful. Simply wonderful, Harry. Of course. I already knew this. My friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its way. You've done a great thing today. You've given the children of Martinez a future and proven to be a true man of the left. I can finally trust you now. You're in my inner circle. You too, Mr. Kitsuragi. We can talk about anything. The strike, the murder, your lost gun. Nothing is off the table.
Judging from how happy he is, it looks like you did it. He doesn't appear to suspect trickery. Well done, sire. By guile and deceit, you're in.
Hell yeah.
You don't know his full plan. Perhaps he expected trickery. Perhaps the signatures weren't important. The point is, do not think you're ahead of him.
Nice job, logic.
Harry, I've got to be honest with you. Your gun was found 2 days ago. Withholding this information weighed heavily on me, but it had to be done.
Where is it?
An old woman has it, and let me tell you, Harry, word on the street is she's a character, so watch out.
This must be the woman who bought the gun from Roy, the one he described as terrifying.
Alright, who?
Yes, the same one. I see you've done your research. The pawn shop made the gun easy to track. Crazy stuff, Harry. Selling your gun like that? Wild. Anyway.
Union Boy's gonna help you fix it. He winks at you. Don't worry, Harry.
The neighbors of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me and the Debardeurs Union. Apparently, she was waving it around at the entrance to her building.
Who?
Unfortunately, I don't know anymore. You're gonna have to go in blind, Harry. But she's an old lady. How dangerous can she possibly be? Oh, and she calls herself the Pigs.
With a gun. An old lady can be just as dangerous as anyone else.
There it is again. The Pigs. Like Roy said. Not good at all.
I, for one, find it refreshing. Finally, someone calls themselves a pig.
Nice.
It actually sounds extremely bad, but let's not give him the satisfaction.
As I said, she's a character. I didn't have time for details. It sounds like she's unstable, but don't worry. No one got hurt.
It sounds like a very disturbed and desperate individual. We might be looking at someone with a medical history here. Watch out.
I already have. Tonight, starting 10 o'clock, near the old fish market on the coast. The one on the boardwalk, a little past the fishing village. Be careful, Harry. I would never set you up for anything dangerous, but you did ask for this.
All right.
Now, back to the fun stuff.
She will be there from 2200 hours till 0200 hours.
More fun
nice,
stuff.
we got a few things to
Seems
do
like
tonight
we
then.
have fun stuff to do.
I'll write more info.
I did not, Harry. Although I am very, very glad he's dead.
What do you have to gain?
Why, a war, of course.
And what do you have to gain from a war?
Victory, Mr. Kitsuragi. I have victory to gain. We are going to start a war with the Wild Pines group and win before they even realize there is a war.
You sure this is a good idea?
I have. It's a great story, Harry. Did you also know how the bee colony kills the giant hornet? They swarm and blanket it entirely until it suffers a massive heat stroke and dies.
He crosses his hands contentedly.
Fair enough.
Thinking of the interior temperature of the wasp rising.
Harry, we outnumber them 1,500 to 1. And that's just Martinez. With all the unions in Revachol, and with public opinion on our side, we can hold off 2 men, or 15 men, or even 50 men. The more they send, the worse it's going to look for them. They made a huge mistake hiring those guys. No one likes foreign mercenaries. The leftists hate them, the fascists hate them, even the moralists think they're in bad taste.
I mean, he's not wrong. Even the ultra-liberal thinks it was a bad idea.
Harry, there is no strike, only war. Class war. Or, in business terms, a dawn raid. Or wait. Is that when you still pay them something? Because we won't do that. We're not going to give nothing. We're going to take Terminal B away from them. The roads, the gates, the containers, that big crane, even the damn coffee maker. We're going to take all of it for the people, and fuck Wild Pines.
I mean, I think this guy is kind of a little bitch. But Wild Pines are the ones who hired armed mercenaries to try to put down a strike. I'm kind of on the side of the little bitch here.
The word fuck rings like a gunshot from his mouth. He doesn't swear often.
So that's why you haven't let Joyce in?
Yes. It's also why I let that midget Gaumont go. He's too nice. I can't put him through this. Plus, he knows how to get in here. That woman can't tell her tits from her arsehole. She has no chance. Tits from her arsehole. It's a local saying.
Actually, no, it's not.
Why are you telling me your plans?
Because we're friends, Harry. Besides, it doesn't matter now. You can go tell her if you want. It won't change the course of events. We have a significant head start. It's already happening.
How many of you guys are there?
2,372. Plus yours truly, of course.
2,373 is a sizable contingent for a labor organization in Revachol.
It's not a bad amount of people for this.
And they're all well motivated. At least the ones you've seen.
Are you going to fund it?
Oh, you mean what sort of goods are going to be flowing through? How am I going to replace all the contacts we'll lose once the poo-poo hits the fan? The clients will ditch us. Harry, we've thought of everything.
Clients would take a well-known multinational conglomerate over a local mobster any day.
Sure, some will go, but mark my words. The company will be unpleasantly surprised to see how many of them stay loyal to Martinez, and to the new competitive contracts we can offer. With renewed zeal sparked by communal ownership, the men will be shipping those containers double time. You'll be surprised to see how fast things go without parasites latching on. We'll have our hands free to pursue bold, exotic new revenue streams.
Drug trafficking.
Drug trafficking? Don't be stupid, Mr. Kitsuragi. There are perfectly legal, 100% ethical chemical factories on the Samaran Isola. You don't need to be colonialist about it. All they do is produce components to keep the pharmaceutical industry running. That's people's health we're talking about. Old grannies, little babes, People with disabilities.
Right.
The company thinks transporting these chemicals in bulk looks bad, has bad optics, may be illegal in some countries. The Debarders Union, however, we're all about the large volume column.
In bulk shipping, large volume column is a major buyer, a shark.
We're gonna transport the living daylights out of those materials, Harry. So your sick kid can get his Benefed, and your wacky uncle doesn't have to come off risperidone.
Benefed is a children's cold medicine, usually apricot flavored, and risperidone is used to treat severe psychosis.
And the kids on the street can get speed and pyrrolidone.
I'm an old-fashioned guy, Mr. Kitsuragi. I sometimes grab a beer with the boys, but I have no idea about the things you just mentioned. But if I were to supply ingredients for some sort of rainbow party, I would make sure the Union took a fantastic share. And I'd keep that stuff far away from Martinez.
He's basically admitting to it.
They really are yet. I mean, I don't think his plan's exactly ethical, but it's not a bad plan.
It's also far removed from my men and the people of Martinez who've put their trust in me. Anyway, let's not focus on the sensationalism of the drug trade. This hypothetical drug trade is all anyone ever seems to be interested in. It would only be a small part of the harbor's turnover, just like the harbor is, but a small part of Martinez.
Go on.
Let's look at the big picture. Martinez as a whole. There are little girls out there with dreams of making music. Young mothers who want to start businesses. Models who want to walk catwalks, and steel welders who want to weld steel. I'm gonna unite them all into one economic body. We're gonna incorporate this place to Kingdom Come. Everyone's gonna be in on the wealth, and everyone's gonna pull their weight.
Let's keep focusing on the drug trade. He was almost admitting to it.
Blah blah blah.
Blah blah blah.
Ah, blah, 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 blah.
I'm still interested in that drug trade.
No, Harry. That's boring. All right, it's gone. The hypothetical raw materials trade is off the table. It's such a small and insignificant slice of revenue, I'm cutting it. Boys, Harry felt queasy about it. We're not doing it. Can we talk about my beautiful incorporated Martinez and its many-sided business ventures now? This bold new vision of incorporated socialism I'm offering?
That waving it off with her actually pretty funny though. That's a good way to do it, I got to remember that. Sure, whatever, dude.
Thank you, Harry, thank you. You have no idea how much it means to me, because in many ways, you are that working man. You have already done so much work.
So I sort of figured out your plan.
Harry! By now, you should know I would never do anything tricky like that. However, if the construction noise and limited street access makes some people consider moving, well, let's just say there'll be freshly renovated buildings near the roundabout where those poor people can finally enjoy a significant uptick in quality of life. I'm talking real affordable workers' palaces.
So the village is doomed.
You were there, you saw the place, a wasteland, there's nothing left. But mark my words, officers, we are going to reset it. Reset! I have big plans for Martinez, and they do not include humans living in those pig sheds on the coast. That land will be used for municipal buildings and commerce.
I'm sure that housing will be extremely affordable. I'm sure that they won't be charged out of life.
Harry, imagine a youth centre supermarket church complex. employing hundreds, no, thousands of people. The coast will be lit up with enterprise and life. All those ruins out there turned into low-income housing. Harry, enough is enough. We're taking this district back. The war was 50 years ago, for God's sake. It's time to move on.
What?
Yes, I do. I got the center, I got room for a retail complex, and in 4 years, I'll get the church too. The wheels are already turning, Harry. The wheels of progress. This post-war limbo, I won't stand for it. There are kids practically playing with their own feces out there. It cannot go on.
There is true indignation in his voice when he speaks about the state
Shut
of
up.
things, and even a touch of pain. The pain is true. He's seen kids do worse than that. And then there will be a giant statue of him towering above it all.
I'm not a symbolist, Harry. I'm a realist. My statue will be Martinez rebuilt. 5-story building complexes, kids off speed, and landowners in a zone hating me. That will be my statue. And yours. We're doing this together.
You would look nice as a statue.
Fuck it. There's no convincing him otherwise here. Not a dude like
Oh,
this.
I do, Harry. I really do. I'm gonna make the working man richer than Joyce Messier with that vote of yours. That's my job. Just like yours is to keep the peace.
Whatever you say, buddy. Tell me about the union.
We're way past specific union members now. This is the big time. We're talking about the future of Revachol here, Harry. You can bother Leonard with that. He loves to run his mouth on such matters. But I'm in big-time mode, Harry. Great, Harry, great. I think we have truly built a bridge between Martinez and Jamrock today. We have united the RCM and the Debarders Union. This has been so great. I'm sorry we don't have more fun things to do together, but if you ever feel like bouncing something off me, my door is always open.
I can genuinely appreciate well-written bastards. I hate this guy, but he's a very interesting character.
Container, container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, container, put the logos on.
The lyrics to this container song are being made up as he goes along. The accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi, from the vanishing peninsula of Ubisund on Muindi.
Container, container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, container, now belongs to Everard.
Hello there.
Everard, 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 he looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey there. How can I help you, mister?
The look in his deep blue eyes is as sincere as you've ever seen. Kind of makes you feel like an arsehole for no apparent reason.
I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you?
Not really.
I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and folks gotta eat. Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister.
What's going on here?
Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate. But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everett sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so.
Tell me more.
Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's union business. Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off.
Don't go all bad cop on this simple, friendly fellow.
No, I don't think they
Really?
killed anyone. Let's better talk about something else. Titus and his boys do good work. I don't want to get them in trouble over a little drinking.
He probably doesn't know anything anyway. Who in their right mind would tell him?
Do you work here?
Yes, yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. Leonard Bellick. But everyone calls me Leo. I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town, and Mr. Edgar's right-hand man when Mr. Everett is away.
Fair enough.
Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle on once the dinner is done and me and the missus sit down beside the radio. But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes I am, yes I am.
Stay on this Miss
Fair enough.
Beaufort topic.
Who is she?
Oh, Lizzie. She is a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river. 4 years she was gone, and when she came back, she was all fancy and lawyerly.
He respects that word. That's obvious.
But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood. Knows everybody and gets along with everyone. Real pillar of the community one day, I'm sure.
For a fraction of a second, there's sadness in his eyes.
If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. But she can't have kids.
Damn, bro.
Dr. Lemaitre said so. And she knows about such things. Been a doctor for almost 50 years, she has.
Damn, bro.
Law school? Could she be talking about the union fixer, aka the gardener?
Ha, that lady.
Looks like it.
I'm not sure what a fixer is, but she is a real nice girl. Smart as a whip, too.
Telling the gardener you know her name might throw her off. Perhaps something to consider later.
Are you the one we found those notes about?
Oh, yes, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. I almost forgot about the borscht.
What about it?
Oh yes, I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day since the strike started. It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's boar dogs every time the lunch is done. Yes, yes, I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They brew it in the whirling in rags.
Who makes it there?
Oh, the whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we speak. He's from Grad. Oh, sure, mister.
All right.
Sure. You do that. Yes, sir.
What's that container?
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're just waiting to be loaded up.
You seem to know a bit about everyone.
Mr. Everett doesn't really want me to talk to people about union guys. But who did you want to talk about?
Tell me about that racist.
Whoa, he's really something. He doesn't talk much to me usually, but when he does, I don't really understand most of what he's saying. Actually, I don't think he would like me running my mouth about him like that. Once he said he's a dragon to this mob fellow who came picking a fight with some union men. I think he really believes Jean-Luc was a dragon because he ran right off. Another time he almost killed another guy, but I shouldn't talk about that.
Sounds about right.
He's a union man through and through. Good guy. He's very calm, laid back, doesn't do much, talks to Everett sometimes. Honestly, I don't know what he does for us, but it must be important because everybody likes him. Yes, they do. I think that's what he does. He makes everyone feel a little better.
Not a bad job.
Oil for the wheels. Much needed in stressful times like these.
Tell me about Titus.
Oh, Titus is a longshoreman through and through. He was born on a boat, they say. His veins are probably filled with salt water, I tell you. Nice, friendly sort, old Titus is.
What about Edgar?
Mr. Edgar is Mr. Everett's brother. He looks a bit younger, he does. But a very smart fellow. Very smart fellow indeed. He's away on some union business. Not even in Revershaw, they say. All kinds of places he visits. Him and his brother both do when they're on a vacation. Right now, it's Mr. Everett's turn to look after the union. But last year he spent a whole winter in South Africa. Left with the first autumn rains and didn't come back before the trees were green again.
South Safra? A lot of bulk chemical manufacturing going on there. A lot of cargo shipments being
Yep,
made
sounds
too.
right. Tell me about Everett.
I'd best not. I mean, I could, but I don't think Mr. Everett would like it very much. You better ask him yourself, mister.
Do you know anything about Renee?
The night guard? Ooh, he's a peculiar fellow. He's the strong, silent type, you could say. We talk all the time, but I don't really know much about him. He plays petanque with my old human studies teacher, Mr. Martin, down at the plaza. I think he's the only fellow who actually knows old Renee. They lived on the same street their entire lives, even dated the same girl on and off for as long as I can remember. Strange fellows. Mr. Martin was always real nice to me in school. I remember once.
Who is your teacher?
Mr. Martin, yes. Don't really remember much about him. I was just a boy back then. Sure, mister.
All right.
What can Leo do for you? Oh, yes. Born and raised in Arish, mister. Mum had to leave my dad after he got a bit violent. Took us here to the new world. I was about 10 then. Too old to lose my accent then. People say us Ubis are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and other animals and whatnot. I just want you to know there was never any of that where I come from. No, sir. Those are just nasty rumors.
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them.
What's going on here?
The containers in the yard are green in Wild Pine's livery, and the mountains rising behind Leo is all red in Union colors. It's like some red infection was spreading outwards from the container yard's core. There appear to be cisterns underneath the Union container covers.
Looks like there's some real decorating happening here.
Yes, they are hiding it from the inside. All the red containers have the Debarders Union logo on them.
No, not really. Mr. Everett doesn't tell me all the big things. Says I go and tell them to everyone.
All right.
Oh, I don't know, mister. They say it's some chemicals. Most of them have labels on them, I think.
Thank you very much.
No trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. Bye-bye now.
What a helpful weirdo. Thanks, bro. I'm going to play with the thing now.
A rusting control panel with several knobs. Marsh. On. Arrête. With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air.
I'm sure this is fine. I'm totally a professional operator.
With a surprisingly quiet thunk, the crane places the container down. This crane was built with a purpose, which has now been fulfilled. To move this container. Who can say? All you know
What's
is
inside?
It's special.
I can't see how that was worth the ruckus, except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
I love Kim, he's great. He wants to see the big machine do cool things.
Before you stands a cargo container, just one of many in the yard.
I think there's something special.
You do? Because I don't.
Why not?
There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one?
It feels special.
It's a cargo container, detective. Just like all the others. We are not here to interact with containers. We are here to talk to the Union, right?
You attempt to turn the handle.
I could do both.
To no avail. The doors seem to be mechanically locked. To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions, with some puzzlement. No reply. The knock produces a hollow ring of metal. Doesn't sound like there's anything inside the container.
Persuade the doors to open with rhetoric. Amazing. Do I have anything I could do to increase that? I do not. It's up to me.
You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not
I have to
lessened
talk to the
since
door.
you were last here. If anything, it seems to have, despite the dirt that surrounds and trails you, a beacon of light emerges from deep within you.
Hello, hello.
The door stands silent.
Satisfied, detective?
Try again.
Hello.
Just like that, you hear a click, then a rattle. Some mechanism unlocks itself inside the door.
Ahoy! Come on in!
You can't be serious.
Amazing. Oh, that's perfect.
The man stands at the far end of the shipping container. It's hard to say anything more about him. You cannot make out any of his details, but you do feel the overwhelming presence of capital. Something's amiss. The light beams bend around his face and scatter in 1,000 directions. It seems the laws of physics do not apply here. They are suspended, distorted, and echo. Trying to visualize the physics at play is liable to give you an aneurysm. Don't think about it too hard. In the general stillness, only your tongue moves, flickering as you utter.
Hello.
Welcome. Come in. Make yourself at home. Sorry, I'm not better able to receive you. I wasn't expecting visitors today.
You can't hear him exactly, yet you're able to understand every word he says. It is very strange. An overwhelming hum covers everything. Voice doesn't escape from him.
Now, what can I do for you, gentlemen?
Who are you?
Who am I? Oh, I haven't been asked that question for such a long time. I don't meet a lot of people outside my circle these days. Anyhow, my name is Rustam Theodore, investor, license holder, and extremely high net worth individual. And you are?
Mr. Theodore, I am Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi of the RCM, and this is my partner.
Pleasure to meet you, Harrier Dubois. I must admit, the name suits you very well.
How did you become so rich?
Oh Lord, not this again.
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. It's just that we've got this murder to solve, and yet you go around asking everyone about money. And every time I ask, are you sure this is related to the case, you say, sure, Kim, I think it is. And yet, it never seems to get us any closer to solving the case.
It's quite alright. I'm used to the question by now. To be blunt, I inherited my fortune from my grandmother, who herself was an extremely high net worth individual back in Grad. All I did was take her fortune and invest it prudently. Believe it or not, it takes more than a bit of skill not to blow a vast fortune on sailing boats, bad choices, and unsupervised state policy.
What's it like?
I gotta tell you, at first, being rich is a lot of work. You've got to work hard because everything's so darn expensive. You know, prices increase exponentially at this income level. But then, once you've reached my position, it's nearly impossible for me not to make money. My assets are so diversified that I'm bound to come out ahead no matter what. Some of my lower net worth friends say to me, but doesn't that take all the fun out of it? And I tell them, not really.
Don't you think you owe some of that wealth to the rest of society? I also always love the neutral answer. Wow, I have nothing important to say.
Sure, and they benefit when I buy things to stimulate the economy. Do you know how many jobs it takes to build and maintain a racing yacht? Dozens, at least. Of course, in the future, it will all be automated. But my point is this. Every man gets what he earns. It's the height of tyranny to take that from him. Capital makes one speechless, does it not? Blinds like the sun that rises from beyond the horizon after a gloomy winter.
Hey, all this talk about money has made you lose the thread. What is going on with the light in this place? That's what you need to ask him about.
What's going on here?
What do you mean?
Well, you seem a little different.
Are you talking about my chin?
No, it's light getting weird.
Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, I've heard of this effect, though I've never witnessed it myself, of course. It has something to do with our Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient.
The Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient is a ratio designed to reflect the difference in net worth between individuals. When the coefficient is close to 1, or 100%, it means one person possesses all the net worth. Among that group of individuals, it's been observed that when the Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient reaches about 0.96 or so, the laws of physics begin to bend around the high net worth individual.
Amazing.
The Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient for you and this individual appears to be 0.9998, repeating. That's not good for you.
You're so rich that light literally bends around you.
Among other things. But calm down. I am but a lowly single-digit billionaire.
Really?
No, not really. There are actually quite many digits.
A man this chill is at least a triple-digit billionaire.
Kim, are you seeing this?
I see nothing of the sort. To be frank, all I see is a gentleman who's unusually well dressed for Martinez, in a cargo container, which I admit is odd.
Yes, I imagine that does look strange to you. My container.
What are you doing here?
Traveling. This is a great way to get around. It's fun, it's safe, and it gives me lots of time to think.
Really?
By the way, let me now ask you a question. Where are we exactly?
In the very, very early days of colonizing this archipelago, the kingdom of Sirens, a precursor of a modern Sur-le-Clair, used to own the city of Revachol, an obscure detail in the bigger picture, but still worth dropping.
Sure.
A fellow history buff. I myself am currently reading up on Franco-Nigerian era trains. Very interesting stuff.
Trains are cool.
It's a shame I can't get out and explore myself. One of the downsides of being an extremely high net worth individual is that mobs of low net worth individuals are constantly banding together to ask for money.
Why can't you help?
There simply aren't enough hours a day to hand out all the handouts. It's like feeding seagulls. There are always more, and they never seem to do anything interesting with it, except more seagulls. Spending money is a matter of desire. I'm sure you agree. I don't have the desire for spending it like that. Smart, you know? It also provides a means to hide from all the targeted advertising we extremely high net worth individuals are constantly subjected to. Luxury yachts, high-fidelity portable radio systems, bail-proof outerwear, and so on. It just gets a bit middle class after a while. A bit bourgeois.
That does sound pretty tired, so I guess.
Don't get me wrong. They're nice things. But once you achieve a certain level of wealth, your time and mental space become much more important than material goods.
He speaks from the heart. He has very different problems compared to low net worth individuals such as yourself. For example, no problems at all.
Okay.
Go right ahead.
Got any money?
Could you please stop asking everyone for money? It does not reflect well on the RCM, and to be perfectly frank, we can't afford to look worse than we already do.
Put on poor. Fine.
It's perfectly alright. Based on your appearance, I can tell I'm dealing with a civilized man. As you may know, us high net worth individuals do not have a lot of cash on hand. Investments and liquidity are enemies of one another. I think they only have coins for coffee machines. Here is 3 real. How much can you get for this? You're welcome. You know...
Thanks.
Maybe you can make that money grow. Come up with an investment plan. How's that sound?
This is a proposal, not a question. These ultra-liberal types love losing huge sums of money on ludicrous proposals. Ergo, you should come up with a plan that's totally dead in the water.
Thanks for stopping by. If you ever have
See
an
you.
idea...
Thanks for $3. Wait. Look, Look at this. The closer we get to him, the more our money warps. That is amazing. He's even warping the wealth in our pockets. Oh, what a game. Alright, we found the ultra-rich. When we play our ultra-liberal game through playthrough, that's who we got to learn. One day we'll be ultra-liberals. Looks so much cash they won't know what to do with us. Alright, let's see. I need to get to 21. And I want to try to open this again.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it, ice squeaks beneath it, and it's already unplugged. There's not much else to do.
I guess we'll try again tomorrow. We made good conversation progress. I just need to get to the next day. Let's distract ourselves.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board.
Well, not the next day, but later tonight, that is.
It's bit. It takes about half an hour. Murder. Beaten to Joseph Mills. No. Okay. No. Yeah.
We're going
no
to
one.
read about
Mills.
the hookah again.
See? Yeah. Smoking hookah. Some inside. They were leaving cigarette
And the
butts.
couch.
No. You didn't have time. Not much is.
Perfect. Alright, I wanted to talk to someone in the apartment. And then we got to go out and talk to the lady with the gun. Something which I'm sure will be perfectly safe. Oops. I must have accidentally impressed quick save. For quick load, that is. Oh well, that was only a few seconds back. Yeah, that's fine. Finger must have brushed that button. I'm going to do it. I'm going to play an ultra-liberal playthrough. It's going to be amazing.
Gendarmerie. You found me.
His slender figure is backlit by city lights, its distant streets and motorways flashing like diamonds. It feels like a Friday. He seems to be in a good mood tonight.
Beautiful. So tell me, are you here to make things right again?
Kind of.
Beautiful. I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting.
Cool view.
Mm-hmm. That's why I chose this place. Martinez is special, isn't it?
Wait. Suddenly you are digging things?
Why should we meet him?
Trust me. You do. That's nice, but
okay.
I don't have anything to tell you. It's my friend you're looking for, not me.
He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette and looks around. It's getting dark and the neighboring windows have lit up, one by one. Downstairs, a cat crosses the yard, disappearing into the bush.
Besides, I've got to run.
He's going to leave you alone again. That's sad.
Damn.
Just look at it. It's a beautiful night. Who's going to stay in on a night like this?
But I want to talk to you.
Something flutters in the corner of the lieutenant's mouth as you're saying those words.
We'll talk. Just not tonight. Take care, all right?
Why are you so hot?
And he's gone again. Looks like it's becoming a theme for him.
Different, of course.
Why is he so hot?
His shirt. His shirt.
He's trying to dive deep into the mysteries of his shirt.
His shirt? No, I don't know why his shirt is always unbuttoned. Come on, detective, let's go. We've got a potential witness to interview. His Sunday friend, remember?
All right, let's talk to us Sunday friend. Who I'm guessing is a trying to stay out of public sight. I'm not stealing your clothes, what are you talking about?
Officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia.
Hello there. By the way, there's some subtext to this specific name that some people might not recognize. In certain subcultures, Sunday or Saturday friend or general weekend friend means a relationship they cannot publicly share. You know. Rainbows above my head.
You shouldn't be seeing him in an intimate setting. For some reason you feel this man is your superior. Superior, but he's not in the command chain.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price Stabilité on assignment from Sur-la-Clé. I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I am here to assist you in any way possible. Ask me about the hanging.
Oh yes, I'm just saying the particular kind.
No, first ask an innocuous personal question to get the interview off on the right foot. Yes, make it clear you're the one setting the terms here.
That is a fantastic canopy.
Oh yes, my friend has a great eye for these things. He refuses to tell me where it came from. It's a mystery. I believe they call this type of frame industrial. It's very comfy. That's really all I can tell you about it.
That didn't work at all. The lieutenant takes out his notebook and nods to you to proceed.
All right, what are you, witness?
I'm sorry to say I did, officer.
Start from the beginning, man.
Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night. It was so surreal to me, like in a play.
One thing I really like. There are so many directions where we could have found out who it was, and even though we actually know already, the more information we have, the more easy it is for us to deal with the consequences.
He holds out his hands and blossoms his fingers, like a drama teacher setting the scene.
What do you mean, like in a play?
It was just so strange. I could barely comprehend what was happening.
I'm listening.
I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like a body. And then I saw all the surrounding windows go dead, one by one. That's when I understood. I should not be seeing this.
Sounds like the victim was unconscious, or at least incapacitated. Interesting.
Can you describe them?
I couldn't see their faces well, and there were quite a few of them. But they were very loud and very Martinez. Let's just say that the laboring classes can get rather expressive with their profanities.
How many were there?
I couldn't tell you exactly. Less than 10. Maybe 8?
All right.
I went back inside.
Were you able to see anything from inside?
Officer, the yard was pitch black. There was nothing to see, but I could still hear their voices. They were threatening to kill that poor man.
Tell me more.
All men, I presume. But again, I couldn't see very clearly.
Could you tell anything else?
I believe they were mostly white, though I believe I saw 2 Areopagites among them. And I am quite certain that one spoke with a Mesk accent.
What happened next?
Well, that's the strangest part, officer. Nothing happened. It was oddly quiet for a public lynching. Eventually, their shouts died down, and that was all. There were no gunshots, no celebratory shouts, no anything.
That does seem strange.
I'm afraid I don't have anything else to add.
About what time was all this happening, approximately?
All I can say is that it was late. No, I didn't see the corpse until the following day.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Of course. Anything I can do to assist the RCM.
What are you doing out here?
The Coalition is only looking out for the price stability. Inflation is a killer, like a heart disease blocking the normal circulation of the economy. It must be controlled. The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires international oversight.
So you're a bureaucrat?
Yes. As I said before, I am a commissioner from Sur-la-Clé working for the Institute of Price Stabilité. This is one of the main projects of the Moral Intern.
Wait, there isn't actually an Institute of Price Stability, is there? Or maybe there is. God, it's impossible to understand whether someone from the Moral Intern is joking or not.
Yes, he does.
La Communauté Internationale is what Revacholians colloquially call the Coalition. In other words, the nations that stopped the disaster of the Revolution.
What is the price stability?
It is the most important thing. It's the central goal of any sound monetary policy. Maintaining the price stability is essential to maintaining high levels of economic activity, which is essential for maintaining high levels of employment, which is essential for maintaining the social stability.
Basically, it makes sure the price of bread doesn't change.
Précisément. Too much inflation,
Fair enough.
bread becomes too expensive. Too much deflation, it becomes too cheap for bakers to produce. That's why the Institute of Price Stability works to keep inflation just below 2%.
Of what?
But not too far below, no. Too below is also bad. Below, but close to 2%. The Coalition believes in the importance of informing the public about the benefits of the price stability. Transparency is one of our principles. Would you like an informational pamphlet?
Okay.
A sound monetary policy is essential for addressing uncertainty. Stability is the raison d'être of the moral intern. It's the reason why I identify as a moralist. But oh, I don't have my leaflets on me today. That's too bad. You can always call our information line. Making information available is part of the moral intern's commitment to transparency.
I've heard about it, but I want to know more.
It's the International Organization for Moralists. Hence, Moralist International. The Institute of Price Stability is just one of its many mind babies, as is the Coalition.
So we're working for them.
There are more nefarious powers to work for than the moral intern.
All right.
But of course.
Why?
Because moralists believe in a normal, stable world governed by democratic values.
Me? I'm a lieutenant of the RCM, dedicated to maintaining law and order in Ravachol.
A very moralist answer.
The lieutenant is practiced in the art of putting on a show for one's superiors.
Fair enough. What is a normal, stable world?
The Occident is part of the normal world. Oranje, sur la clé.
This place doesn't seem very normal or stable.
Martinez? No. Martinez is something else.
What about the rest of Weather Show?
Ravachol is generally difficult. It's led by an interim government, which means it hasn't yet achieved full democracy. But they are working towards it. You're all doing very well here, relatively speaking.
The last one. It's like every time I'm talking to people I'm choosing option D. None of the above. Is that moralism? God, I love this game. Hell no.
Of course, the detective's personal views do not represent the views of the RCM.
Ah, my friend. But the lesson of the revolution is that communism does not work.
Can you telling me this is working?
It's moving towards the right direction, and that's all that matters. Progress is measured in centimeters, my friend. Now, enough of this delightful political interlude. Was there anything else you wanted to ask? What's there to say? Sur-la-Clé is a modern, urbanized country that measures very high on the Human Development and Freedom Index. Mostly, though, it's known as the executive heart of EPIS. Moreover, it is a great sponsor of less emerged countries. Ravachol is only one of its many darlings.
Less emerged, you say?
It supports and cherishes.
Darling? That can't be an official designation.
Because a great percentage of Ravachol's culture hails from Sur-la-Clé. its language, its people, its cuisine even. Or at least in the downtown La Delta area.
Jamrock and other parts of the international zone have been mercifully spared of Sir Leclerc's love for meatballs and mashed potatoes.
Hey, I love mashed potatoes. Neutron meatballs. Neutral on. But mashed potatoes I love.
Oranje is an exemplary nation who, as a core member of APIS, contributes 28% of our annual budget. Next to Sur-la-Clé, Oranje is probably the most prominent member of the international community.
What is it though?
Oranje's economy is one of the most advanced in the world. It has successfully transitioned from heavy industry to advanced services and generally acts as an engine for sustainable change in the international community.
But that didn't tell you anything about Oranje.
Can you tell me anything about the country itself? They so perfectly captured economic focus centrist. This is a perfect character. I hate him, but he is perfect.
About what?
What's it like there?
Oh, it's very urban and very well organized. Their streets are clean, their horse cars run on time, the people are polite and efficient. Like I said, they are an example for less emerged nations to follow.
This is perfect character writing. Okay, what are you doing here?
Well, I'm renovating it. It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper before the cannons took the top 4 stories off. This, of course, happened when the coalition forces landed here. You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage the international community caused when we arrived here.
He is that perfect middle ground of like you're not making the world worse but you're not making the world better, and it's annoying that you refuse to do either. At least the fascist is trying to do something and you can fight him on it. This guy's doing nothing. And he's proud of it.
Whatever you wish, officer.
What about your friend?
My friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra, and life has not been easy for him. But he understands the importance of education. He has taken his future into his own hands, and that's all.
What is that?
Kedra is a candidate member of APIS. But, between you and me, their potential membership is a more contentious issue.
What do you mean?
That it's never going to happen. They entered negotiations in 21, and it's been pending ever since.
Can you tell me anything about it?
It's warm. It's also known for its mandarin trees and dust storms from Supramundi.
Hey, that's actually knowing something. He cares about his boyfriend's homeland enough to know that, I guess.
Kedra's an emerging market, but it still has a long way to go. Maybe that's why my friend's ménage decided to immigrate.
How did you become friends?
How did any of us become friends? Bad things happening on the Insulindian Isola? Oil platforms ablaze in the night? Civil wars lasting for years? Finally, the international community is forced to step in. One of the wonders of democracy is that everyone is allowed to have his own opinion. And not just allowed, encouraged even. Have you ever tried debate?
What do you mean?
Debating. You should consider joining a debating society for adults. I hear they're oodles of fun. I used to have a flyer for one, but...
This guy is amazing.
But now that I start thinking of it, it was for an improv class anyway. It's this funny theater thing, you know? Very creative. Helps relieve stress.
A chill runs down your spine as you envision a half-dozen people in professional attire standing around a chair, awkwardly pretending to be waiting for a motor bus. It's neither funny nor creative.
Oh, that's good. You still haven't told me who he is.
Sorry. Who?
Your friend.
But I told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue his education. Education is the foundation of our future, especially the arts.
All you can say is that he's here to study the arts.
He's deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine arts, yes.
Which arts?
He's a truly free spirit. He likes all the arts. Perhaps graphic design, printmaking, who knows? The world is open wide for a talented youth like him.
What are you doing here?
I'm just enjoying the view. Listen.
The baby is crying in the neighboring apartment.
No, listen. The Insulindian Bay.
What about it?
This place used to be a luxury accommodation before the revolution. Apartments, of course, were much bigger then. A few walls have been added here and there, leaving some of the tenants without a private bathroom or a kitchen.
As someone who writes a character who can spend all day talking and not actually say anything about themselves, I can respect this character. He's very good at talking around everything.
But the million real view stays. You can't take that away. My friend comes and goes. I'm sure you'll see him around. He's a busy bee.
A busy bee? What an odd choice of words.
I'm
all right,
ears,
man.
Officer. A moment.
Thanks for the talk. You passed the time I needed.
Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave.
Why not?
It's against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen. And I'm pressed for time. After you leave, I should be leaving as well.
That's not the real reason he's so apprehensive. Men in his position shouldn't be seen loitering around in underprivileged young men's apartments in the middle of the night.
Work's done, thanks, man.
Of course. I'm glad I could help.
Jeez. That was a conversation. Now let's go talk to a crazy person with a gun. I'm sure this couldn't go bad. All right, where exactly is the fish market? The boardwalk, okay. We can do that.
Put your hands where I can see them.
Okay.
Show me your hands. This is the pigs. Show me your hands. Right now! Show me your hands! Right now!
Scavenged, battery-powered police lights protrude from her back. The flickering light show reveals a gun in her shaking hand.
Madame, please drop the firearm immediately.
Hands up. Wow, you've never found your gun. Jeez.
The man appears to be pulling out an object from his pocket.
Fear the threat! Fear the threat! Superseding event. Split-second decision. Get on the ground! Get on the goddamn ground!
Ma'am, I haven't been taking anything out of my pocket.
Get on the ground! I want you on the pavement right now! This is the pigs! Subject yourself to a full-body cavity search. Prohibited materials concealed in nostrils, ears, mouth, navel, urethra, foreskin, vagina, and rectum.
In her mind, the cavity search is happening, as long as she's saying it. It appears the things she says are very real to her.
Well, she knows cops very well.
Be careful, detective. Don't do anything that might set her off.
Can you identify yourself?
It's the goddamn police shitbag! Off the pavement! You're under arrest!
As she waves her hands, you notice familiar-looking ampoules and packets sticking out of the mountain of police gear on her back. Medicine? Or drugs?
I'm pretty sure we're the police.
Back up! Back up! Back up! Status unconfirmed!
No. I thought Mr. Moran. Gareth.
Aggravated assault! Man down! Officers in pursuit!
There's a scenario unfolding in her head right now. It has nothing to do with what's happening here.
What's the situation, officer?
Law enforcement compromised! Impersonating a police officer!
Does she not believe you two are actually police officers?
I should not pull something out of my pocket.
License and registration! License and registration! Come in, dispatch! Sector! Azimuth!
It's not a code, just disjointed words.
Are you on drugs?
Confiscated contraband! Restricted access! 2 kilos missing! Eyewitness report compromised!
I don't think she's on drugs. Being off drugs might actually be the problem here.
Can we lower our weapons?
Officer in
Ma'am, please. We want to help you, but you need to lower that weapon.
I want to talk.
Disturbance reported. Authorized deadly force. Sector, take the shot! Big red key! Big red key!
Big red key. That's code for the battering ram. Cop talk. You know this. What happened to make her like this? Loneliness. Again, a neurodegenerative disease.
What's wrong?
The woman looks at you, but through you, like you don't exist. Her eyes gleam feverishly, and the rotating police beacon lights reveal deep scratch marks on her cheeks. Recent, self-inflicted.
This is the police! Unlawful engagement! Hands on the ground! Scumbag!
So this is what the weather's like on the other end of a cop's gun.
Fascinating.
Kim.
See? This is what happens when we're not around.
Get the gun, Lieutenant. It's okay. It's safe, he thinks. Just get it.
We can't
I'm not
leave.
sure this is safe.
A civilian is pointing a firearm at us. Your firearm. You need to solve this.
Just trust me and go for the gun.
Okay.
She's frantic, confused, teetering under all that gear. There's an opening if you just move fast enough. If not, the lieutenant's got her in his sights.
I'm coming.
Suicide by cop! Split-second decision! Eat-lead scumbag!
Oh my god.
Situation is under control. You're not shot, she's not a threat. Everybody stay calm.
I was 95% sure the gun is empty, and still that instinctual muscle twitch could have ended in an unnecessary death.
I like that that's what Kim's thought is, since that's what that check is.
What is this? This isn't police issue. Police weapons have bullets. This isn't real. Police don't always have bullets. What is this? Why did you sell me this?
She looks devastated. Grab the gun, right now. This might be your only chance.
I should take that gun.
Ever cares anymore? Why would they treat me like this?
Great gears are grinding to a halt. The machine is powering down. She's all out of jolt.
Poor woman. You need to figure out what to do with her now.
Nobody's ever around. Nobody ever comes to visit me.
Kim, you got any ideas before I just walk into this?
She's in a stupor. I've seen this before. God knows for how long. Could be days when they get like this.
Why is she like this in the first place?
Honestly, I don't know. Dementia, probably. Dementia and Channel 8. And loneliness.
Damn.
Yeah. Looks like a bad case. But the question is what to do with her right now.
The woman stands in front of you, motionless, unresponsive, almost like an inanimate object now, a mountain of police paraphernalia. In there she is alone, trapped in a world of blue and red lights. Her children and their children, if there were any, stopped coming when it got really bad.
I don't think there's any need for that. In her current state, and without the gun, she isn't really a threat to anyone. We could let Titus know. This is a perfect problem for the local peacekeepers to handle. They might even know her family.
Yet I don't really like those guys, but they would be the ones who are most likely to know how to help her. We can suck up our own bullshit to talk to him.
Then we can ask him once we get back to the whirling. But we have to hurry, cause it's late and they might have already gone home. But I think we're done here for now. Let's head out. This is done.
Please, leave the radio on.
Reflex to what? Being left alone.
Ouch.
She stands motionless. Just a heap of clothes and flashes now. Maybe if you search her once more. The woman stands slumped. She looks catatonic under her mountain of RCM paraphernalia. Is one of those things a police cap? There were narcotics in there too. You're thinking of taking them. She doesn't even flinch as you reach out and disentangle the familiar-looking lieutenant's cap from her mountain of RCM paraphernalia.
Oh, is that yours?
It's hard to say. It's been so long since
Probably.
you wore yours. The lieutenant nods. The old woman doesn't react to your touch.
Damn. That lady's having a real bad time. Let's get back to somewhere we can fast travel and see if we can talk to the boys still. I did. I currently lack any ammo, but I can do it. I appreciate the text for it. Equip this weapon when times are most dire. Yeah, that's probably the only time I should pull out a gun. And since people actually react to whatever you're holding, sometimes they would probably react if you're running around with your gun out. Which, to be clear, I think is awesome. I love that kind of reaction. Well, I'm looking marginally closer to what I should.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still
buddy.
here.
I've got shit to say. There's a lady who needs help.
What's that, copper? You want us to help little old ladies now?
You're local law enforcement, aren't you? Helping troubled civilians should fall under your jurisdiction.
Yeah. We'll send someone out. Who is? Wait. It's the pigs, isn't it?
It is.
God. Poor lady. Don't worry. We'll handle this. I think she got some family in Kuarong or something. Bastards left her alone when she got sick. We've been getting complaints.
Hey, wasn't Everard's B team looking for her the other day? They said something about her, I don't know, finding something?
Yeah, I think you're right, Gene. She have something of yours, Pig?
Whatever you do, do not admit to these punks you lost your gun. You will suffer if you do.
Nope.
No? Well, whatever then. Copper.
No. They totally said what it was.
What was it?
Anyone remember?
I don't remember. I was fucking drunk.
Let me know if you figure it out back there. Now, anything else we can help you with?
Do you know what her name is?
Auntie LaPlante. We always called her.
Shut up.
Something LaPlante.
Marianne, amigo.
Mariana Plant.
Be anything else you wanted to know?
Who was she?
Was. Like before. Just an old lady. Her kids moved away years ago. Never come to visit. Never took her calls. She gets out every now and then. She did right by lots of us when we were kids. Always was a little off, but still.
Us kids? That must have been ages ago. She was better then. The children kept her together.
How did you get like this?
Wanted to be a cop, you mean? Well, shit. I don't actually know. Anyone know why she started acting like a pig?
No fucking clue. It's gotta be the crazy. Who'd want to be a pig?
Someone who wanted to set the world right before it ends.
No, I didn't. Because I'm not fucking stupid, Polizonte.
Yeah, Carl. That's some pretty fucking weird shit to say. The pigs level weird. But whatever gets you through the day.
Where'd you get all your gear?
Dunno. She lives by the water. Shit washes up all the time on the beach.
Police paraphernalia doesn't just wash up on the coast, people. It's not like we dump it at night. She bought it, collected it.
Station 41. A man carries a crate of rusted, unused badges. You think these would net us something at the annual auction? A balding detective drags a comb futilely across his head. Shit, who'd want those? Just dump them into the river.
Thanks for your help.
No problem, old cop man. We take care of our mentally ill here in Martinez. Ain't that right, boys?
Sure enough, we're the real heroes on these streets.
Let's try something. Thought I had something else, authority. Well, that's a shame. Oh, this is about to finish. I will finish this with my last 15 minutes. Let's just pass a little time.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hang. It takes about half an hour to
By
piece
reading
one
about
together. Some in suffer. They were
a couch.
cigarette butts. No, you did not much as.
All right. This was us trying to get off the drugs.
Wasteland of reality. Congrats, you're sober. It will take a while for your body to remember how to metabolize anything that isn't sugar from alcohol. So you're going to be pretty ravenous soon. Eat plenty. You can expect your coordination and balance to improve in a couple of weeks. In 2 months, you might start sleeping like a normal person. Full recovery will take years though. It'll be depressing, and it'll be boring. Don't expect any further rewards or hand claps. This is how normal people are all the time.
I took on some debuffs from all of these things, but all of my psyche is +1 now. That's pretty solid. That's a full +1 to all psyche skills. And that somewhat cancels out these things here. Yet I got one more psyche, so my suggestion went down by 1, but I gained 1. So that's just fine. Our cop is now sober. Or at least as sober as they can be once they got through the withdrawals. And tomorrow we will wake up and have 4 skill points to do all the checks we need to with. Well, technically on Thursday, but you know what I mean. Actually, Thursday's Thanksgiving. We are going to be eating some food over here on Thanksgiving. So if I do stream, it'll probably be a short stream. We'll see how that goes on the day. We'll figure out on the fly. For now, however, we are going to save this video game. And we're going to pause for the night. We made some major progress tonight. We've gotten through a bunch of side quests. And we've gotten everything on the road. Next session is going to be interesting. So remember, like, comment, subscribe, shower me with bits. Thanksgiving dinner isn't going to pay for itself, you know. Anyways, I'll see you guys later. Bye bye.